All right, ladies and gentlemen, just got word from Mel Roth. He came in with a stack of new tech cards. We are over 500 entries here this weekend right now. It is official. We are over 500 entries. It is awesome. Calvert Racing, no box. You need to be filling up 5 and 6 right now. 3, 4, 5, and 6 for Calvert Racing, no box. Again, 3, 4, 5, and 6 for Calvert Racing, no box. Come on down. Calvert Racing, no box to 5 and 6. Holders AC small tire, I need you to 7 and 8. Holders AC small tire, I need you to 7 and 8, please. Hughes Performance big tire, you're on standby. We're going to call you momentarily. Holders AC small tire, 7 and 8. Fig Speed Open Comp, 4/10 Pro Tree and 5/10 Pro Tree. You guys are on standby. We'll be calling you momentarily as well. We're going to set the pace just like we did yesterday, folks. We're going to run through this field and get you guys down the racetrack for qualifying round number 3 and 4 today. If everybody works with us, we'll be good. Important announcement. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. When I tell you to check your hoses, fittings, etc., I am not kidding you when I tell you that if you pull into the water box and you do a burnout and there is any fluid that is dripped off of your car, you will be backed out and sent back to the pits today. There will be no exceptions. You will not go down the racetrack if you have any fluid that drips off of your car in the water box. Not going down the racetrack. We will not push you back and let you clean it up and make another run. Once you pull into the water box, that counts and you will not get your qualifying run. Holders AC small tire, I've got none of you in 7 and 8. Everybody else has been rolling quick, so come on down, guys. I need Holders AC small tire right now to 7 and 8. Holders AC small tire, I need you to 7 and 8 now. Just a reminder, folks, Heather and the crew are over there with the merchandise trailer open for all your Streetcar Super Nationals merch. T-shirts, hats, hoodies, kids stuff, ladies stuff, Magna Fuel, fuel pumps, and accessories as well. So go visit Heather and the girls at the official Streetcar Super Nationals Gateway Classic Cars merchandise trailer located in the Midway. You can get this weekend's 2 unique event T-shirts featuring the iconic 1955 Chevrolet of Monty Burney and the cool 1946 Dodge pickup driven by Doug Driggers for only $25 each, or get 3 T-shirts for $70. Event hoodies are only $45. They also carry a full line of aftermarket company apparel, so if you're looking for your favorite Holley EFI shirt, MSD, Hurst, Hooker Headers, Fuel Tech, Precision Turbo, and Nitrous Outlet, they've got all of that. They also have Scotty Palmer racing gear, Stevie Fast Jackson shadow tees and hoodies, and a whole bunch more. Go visit them. Make sure you get your apparel early. That way they don't run out of anything. It's hoodie weather, ladies and gentlemen, so $45 for a hoodie is a pretty damn good deal. Also want to thank all the other vendors that are in the Midway. Streetcar Super Nationals event and apparel trailer, obviously. Gateway Classic Cars, Mickey Thompson Tires, Sin City Apparel, Fig Speed Speed Shop, Calvert Racing, MEK, Vintage 1320, and Jim Dunn Racing Apparel. BigBullyTurf.com is in the house, as well as Shriners, the Roadrunner Grill, and VP Racing Fuel, which is located at the main entrance. Make sure you tell them that Chad sent you. Holders AC small tire, I've called you to 7 or 8 times, and there's only one of you there. If that guy wasn't there, we wouldn't run you. So, hurry up. You're ruining my mojo for the morning already. Don't be the slackers. Next year we'll call it Holders AC Slackers. Hughes Performance Big Tire. Hughes Performance Big Tire. You guys are on standby. Make sure those things are fueled and tire pressures are ready, because we are going to call you to the lanes momentarily. Fig Speed Open Comp 4/10 Pro Tree. Fig Speed Open Comp 4/10 Pro Tree. We're going to call you guys in just a minute, as well as Fig Speed Open Comp 5/10 Pro Tree. We're going to call both of you guys here in just a moment as well. It'll get your attention. No,
Okay. So, it has 3 scooters in my squad. 3 scooters are very obviously HRA scooters. The squad get by us.
Right.
So last night, mine was push squads.
Yeah. Actually, it's down. Yeah. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I have a racer in need. If anybody has a welder in their trailer, in your rig, I need a MIG or TIG welder to weld a header tube up. So mild steel or stainless, doesn't really matter. We need a MIG or a TIG. Gary Geeson needs to get a header tube welded up for his cool Buick convertible. So if anybody has a welder on site who can help him out, I think Gary can do the welding. He just needs a welder, or if you'd prefer to do the welding, it's a very simple repair, but definitely necessary. So Gary Geeson needs a welder. If somebody has a welder on site so that Gary can fix his header tube, that would be awesome. Please come up to the second floor of the tower and let me know. Welder needed for a racer. Please hit us up here in the tower. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Say where it is. Gary Geeson. The Canadians have got a welder and a welder. Both a machine and a person to use it. Kevin Four and those guys have one. Gary Geeson. Hit up Mel Roth. He'll tell you exactly where they're at. Holder's AC small tire. You guys are slower than the second coming, but you got there, so I appreciate that. Hughes Performance Big Tire. You can come down to 5 and 6, please. Hughes Performance Big Tire to 5 and 6. Fig Speed Open Comp 4/10 to 1 and 2. Fig Speed Open Comp 4/10 to 1 and 2. Fig Speed Open Comp 5/10 to 3 and 4. Fig Speed 4 to 1 and 2. Fig Speed 5 to 3 and 4. Hughes Performance Big Tire. Come on down to 5 and 6, please. West Coast Bikes, you're on standby. RacingJunk.com Box, you're on standby. My dude, Steve Valdez, out of Douglas, Arizona, in the 71 Vega over there in the right lane. Had some carburetor leakage issues, swapped carbs last night, left, the thing went crooked and all over the place. Ended up at the top end, had to get pushed off the racetrack, trying to make today a better day. The Little Vega leaving straight, wheels up in the air, 045 on the tree, going down there to try and run the number, and he runs a 1045, 126 miles an hour. Steve Valdez getting down the racetrack with that little 406 small block powered Vega. Jeff Wright's out of Peyton, Colorado in the 67 Mustang. And James Amaryllis out of Vail, Arizona in the 68 Nova on the racetrack. Hughes Performance Big Tire come down to 5 and 6. Fig Speed Open Comp 4/10 to 1 and 2. Open Comp 5/10 to 3 and 4, please. Yes. Oh, yeah.
If they're asking for quotes.
Oh, yeah. I got you. We have a Dodge that is not house trained. It'll be fine. Yeah, I've already called him 3 times. Hughes Performance Big Tire, Hughes Performance Big Tire. I need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Hughes Performance Big Tire. I need you to 5 and 6. Fig speed open comp 4 tenths to 1 and 2. Open comp 5 tenths to 3 and 4. Big tire, I need you to 5 and 6, please. Just a reminder, folks, besides listening for the calls on the radio and here on the PA system, we also have our text messaging system. If you have not signed up for that, there's information in your racer's packet on how to sign up for the text messaging calls to the lanes as well. So there's multiple ways for you to know you've been called. Plus, yesterday y'all heard me. So Hughes Performance Big Tire. You should be in 5 and 6. If you're not, you're going to be slowing us down. Let's go. Kurt Johnson and the crew are out there spraying the racetrack in the lane number 3 and 4 as we're going to get ready for our first small tire radial prep class, the Holders AC small tire. You guys filling up 7 and 8. Thank you very much. Hughes Performance Big Tire to 5 and 6. Comp 4 to 1 and 2. Open comp 5 to 3 and 4, please. Boost Performance Big Tire to 5 and 6. Open Comp 4 to 1 and 2. Open Comp 5 to 3 and 4. West Coast Bikes, you're on standby. RacingJunk.com Box, you're on standby. Attention, we need our tech staff to report to the tech lane, please. Tech staff to the tech lane, please. Tech staff to the tech lane, please. Want to take this opportunity to thank all our great sponsors here this weekend. Gateway Classic Cars, our presenting sponsor for Streetcar International's number 20. Also one of our great live broadcast sponsors on bangshift.com, including Artex Racing, Redline Oil, Titanium Auto Group, Molly Motorsport, and Holly, as well as RPM Roll Bars, D. Jansen Racing, S. Truck Repair, Raz Construction, Hayward Homes, and Summit Racing Equipment. Couldn't do it without them. We do appreciate it. You know you can buy all the parts, pieces, accessories, and everything you need for your race car, hot rod, or daily driver at summit-racing-equipment.com. And don't forget Holly and Holly EFI if you're looking for anything from their more than 72 brands. Then you can go to hollyperformance.com and check those all out. Again, want to thank the Canadians, Artex Racing's John DeYoung, really gathering up all these great Canadians to support the live stream this weekend. Of course, Redline Synthetic Oil, if you're looking for the lubricants that you need, as well as a bunch of other shop and automotive fluids, you can visit Redline Synthetic Oil, and they'll get you taken care of. Of course, Molly Motorsports, if you're looking for some of the finest forged pistons on the planet, go visit the folks at Molly Motorsport. They have got great parts and great pieces for all of the combos you know and love. And as the world's largest manufacturer of piston rings, they have got ring packages for every application. Very cool people over there. They do a really good job, build custom pistons. They've got shelf pistons that really serve the needs of 99% of the people. If you're an LS guy who's looking to, upgrade rods and pistons in a, 5.3 or 6 liter, they have got you set. You're going to add boost to a junkyard combo. They are the guys for it as well. And if you're building full-on race machines, they've got you set with all of their piston kits for big blocks, small blocks, Fords, Mopars, you name it, they got it at Molly Motorsport. Big tire, big tire. If you are not in 5 and 6, you're going to miss your run here in just a moment, as we are going to pull you out of the lanes and up to the arch literally in the next 2 or 3 minutes. All right, gang. We got Holder's AC small tire. Over here in lanes 3 and 4. Anthony Dodge out of Thousand Oaks in the 89 Mustang. And Eric Altenberg out of Albuquerque in the 98 Mustang. Not a 98 Mustang over there in the right lane. This is a no-time category, folks. We're not going to give you any numbers. I don't even have them. Couldn't give them to you if I wanted to. This pair goes down. So we have Lyle Robertson. Went down. Now we have Alessandro Maloney out of Torrington, Wyoming. 94 Mustang over there in the left lane. And over there in the right lane, we got Josh Warnberg. Warnberg out of Iona, Idaho, in the 73 Camaro. Parts are falling off of things, apparently. So we got something that's come off a car up against the left wall, so we're going to go down there and pick it up. Appreciate you guys so much. Everybody doing a great job this morning. Our Holders AC small tire guys Had to go to Starbucks first this morning because they're bougie like that. So they were a little slow to the call. The big tire guys, always behind the small tire guys. They were in line behind them at Starbucks. So I kid because I'm the guy with the mic. You can't say nothing about it. So we're ready to rock and roll. Look at this lovely weather. It's hoodie weather. I'm mad because the tower is a little warm. And so it's like a little too warm to wear your hoodie. And I love wearing my hoodie. Yeah, you guys are doing a fine job. Appreciate you. A reminder, you drip anything after you've pulled into the water box, and you will not go down the racetrack in this round of qualifying. Period. It's coming from Kurt Johnson, who is managing the entire surface down here. So if he says so, that is what it is. There's Jamie over here in the left lane in the toaster. The toaster is one bad machine. I love this thing. Also, I'm a fan of yellow, so that is a cool looking 81 Mustang that Leanne Yee is driving. Four-eyed box bodies for the win, by the way. Frank Yee Racing. See Frank out there going to pull Leanne in. Frank Yee Racing, our sponsor of the limited small tire category. So that Frank Yee Racing Solutions limited small tire category, and really appreciate the support for the class. There are a class or two out here that do not have a class sponsor. If you're looking to be a part of Streetcar Nationals, Super Nationals, you should go talk to Mel Roth about getting the name of your company or your group on a class for next year. You could do it. You could do it. All right, here we go. Toaster versus the four-eye fox body. Leanne's in. Oh, Jamie just obliterates the tires and it shuts off. No, maybe it didn't even spin the tire. Maybe it just shut off. Leanne goes A to B, but the toaster, no bueno. They're pushing the toaster back. Hey, Frankie, thank you so much for supporting Limited Small Tire. We appreciate you guys being out here. That was a clean, straight run for Leanne. Good to watch. That car is rad. It looks beautiful. Again, appreciate all your support here at Streetcar Super Nationals. So many of you that have been with this event for so many years as participants, sponsors, both. It's really cool. Really cool to see. We appreciate it. Also want to thank Ralph and Thomas, Kurt, all the TVR crew here this weekend. There's several of them. Really appreciate all you guys. Sorry, TVC. right. So the toaster is pulled back here behind the starting line. So they're going to hook up the golf cart and get him back to the pits. Not sure why that thing shut off, but they'll figure it out. Mark Meyering out of Albuquerque. Ooh, going out there in the Mustang. That thing was angry. Started moving around. Got real close to the center line out there, but kept it under control. We have Hughes Performance Big Tire pulling around the back of the tower now. Open Comp 4, you should be in 1 and 2. Open Comp 5, you should be in 3 and 4. West Coast Bikes and RacingJunk.com box, you guys are on standby. As well as SMC Race Cars Pro 275 and Limited Small Tire. All you guys are on standby. Bouncing off the limiter down there. I think that was Ron Odo out there. That thing did not sound happy. Joey Hovey going right down Broadway over there in the left lane. Lifts a little early. But George Ragosa having issues out of Orland in the 68 Nova. So that thing lit the tires up and was not a happy camper. That's Mike Pillen out of Litchfield, Arizona, going down the racetrack in that 93 Mustang. Got a single for a license renewal. All right, next is Big Tire. Big Tire getting ready to run. hell? Harry and Annie out of Chatsworth standing the Camaro on the bumper. The thing's all right. We're going to go check on the car, check on the racetrack real quick, and we'll be right back to racing action. But that was epic. 7 went right down Broadway. Now we got Art Raz Construction, one of our live broadcast sponsors over here in the left lane. Art has been running a new combo and some other changes, what have you, trying to get a handle on this thing, and made it a little further down the racetrack yesterday. Just trying to get comfortable in this car again, and I love him for being out here and trying to put on a show for the fans and have some fun. It's awesome. So our open comp 4/10 category getting ready to roll out of the staging lanes and behind the tower. Just a heads up, West Coast Bikes and Box, we are going to be calling you in just a moment. In fact, I'm going to call you now. West Coast Bikes to 1 and 2, please. West Coast Bikes to 1 and 2. West Coast Bikes to 1 and 2. RacingJunk.com Box. That's Box to 5 and 6. Box, come on down to 5 and 6, please. Box, come on down to 5 and 6. Box to 5 and 6. West Coast Bikes to 1 and 2. Pro 275, you're on standby. Limited small tire, you're on standby. Getting a little further down the racetrack, but I'll tell you what, Eric really running a number, and now we've got Bodie. Bodie up in the right lane now out of Vallejo, up there in Northern California, just outside of the Biggity-Biggity-O. And Steve Nicholson in that 63 Stingray over here in the left lane. West Coast Bikes to 1 and 2. West Coast Bikes to 1 and 2. RacingJunk.com Box to 5 and 6. Box to 5 and 6, please. West Coast Bikes to 1 and 2. Box to 5 and 6. Like Bodie's going to make a single here. So they're working on that 63 Corvette over there in the left lane. looking out there on the starting line. See that there's a guy standing behind Nicholson's car wearing a Lazic jersey. And I'm not sure if that is NHRA Pro Mod World Champion Lazic or not. But he's out there. It is. I'm being told it is, in fact, your NHRA 2024 Pro Mod World Champion out there. Ignoring us. It's fine. It's fine. I love it. Congratulations. That team earned it. Very, very hard-fought battle in NHRA Pro Mod this year. Nicholson, nice job. Little soft, but it went A to B. Again, congratulations to that team. That championship in 2024, it's awesome. Johnny Coleman in the house this morning. I see Johnny out there, always smiling. As we get into open comp, I need West Coast bikes to 1 and 2 and box to 5 and 6. West Coast bikes, I need you to 1 and 2. West Coast bikes to 1 and 2. Box to 5 and 6, please. West Coast bikes, West Coast bikes, I need you to 1 and 2. West Coast bikes, I need you to 1 and 2. We are running the class before you. If you guys are not up here, we will skip you. And by skip, I mean completely, not reschedule. We will run without you. West Coast bikes, get here or you're done. Kevin Stokesbury. ladies and gentlemen. Just had one thing we got to remind you guys of is John Tabak out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia in the 89 S10 with a carbureted 6-liter under the hood, who was up here announcing with me a little bit yesterday, is getting ready to pull up to the starting line. Folks, I need you guys to listen to me very carefully on this. You cannot ride sitting or standing on the door sill of a race car that is being pushed, pulled, or driven through the staging lanes or through the pit area. You must be fully inside the car. You may not be hanging out of the car while getting pushed, pulled, or driving through the staging lanes. So you cannot be sitting on the roll cage and have your head out of the car. That is not okay here. We cannot do that. I've had 3 reports already this morning, so I gotta have you guys make sure you're being safe. There would be nothing worse than your kid falling out of the door of a car and getting run over by you on your car. Like, that would suck real bad. So let's just not do that. Thank you. James Taggart goes 21 on the tree, red. Reisner goes 23 on the tree, green. And here we go with Shane Rickman in the 72 Datsun 240Z. West Coast Bikes, you need to be in 1 and 2. West Coast Bikes, you need to be in 1 and 2. Box, you need to be in 5 and 6. Box, you need to be in 5 and 6, please. Pro 275, you're on standby. Limited small tire, you're on standby. I want to thank everybody for coming out this morning and all of you guys that are coming into the lanes when I call you, and I even want to thank those of you that are not coming to the lanes when I call you. But not for that. I'm just going to thank you for being here. Carl B. in the chat bleachers saying, you can hear me hesitate when I read the numbers, but remembering not to say them. No, the no time stuff, there are literally no numbers on the screen even here. Most of the racetracks that do that, where the numbers are still up, it's because they're lazy or don't know how to set their timing system. So here, no time classes do not show anything here on the announcer screen. So I don't have that at all. I just got 86 other things going on as I'm calling cars to the lanes and keeping the momentum rolling here. But we appreciate it for sure. If you guys have questions, feel free to ask them in the chat bleachers on the bangshift.com live broadcast. We've been live since 8 a.m. this morning, folks. So if you're here racing or watching, spread the word on your social media channels and tell your friends and family at home that we're live on bangshift.com. Frank D'Souza out of Santa Clara, California in the 63 Nova, 421 cubic inches, and Steve Erickson out of Scappoose, Oregon in the 07 Ford GT500. D'Souza goes 059 on the tree, Erickson 047. RacingJunk.com box, you should be in 5 and 6 and suited up because we're rolling you out of the lanes momentarily. Jay Anderson out of Newport Coast, California in the 2015 Challenger, and Wesley Birmingham out of Plain City, Utah. Birmingham goes 13 red, Jay 350 green. That's no bueno. West Coast Bikes, West Coast Bikes. You guys need to be in the lanes and suited up and ready to go because we are about to roll you around behind the water or behind the tower. West Coast Bikes. Scott Taylor out of Columbia Falls, Montana, and that 65 Chevelle just went 16 green. All all staff members. Somebody is sitting on their radio mic button. You are a staff member. Somebody's got an open mic.
If you are
race for 20 years, has been running PSCA for 21 years or so, and it is awesome to have Doug on in one of the t-shirts. Those t-shirts are like 25 bucks each, or 3 for $70, and event hoodies are just $45. So head on over and get your apparel today from that Streetcar Super Nationals merchandise trailer. Also want to thank Summit Racing Equipment. SummitRacing.com is your online source for millions of parts in stock from over 1,500 name brands. We're talking parts for racing, street performance, trucks, and off-roading, tools, accessories, shop decor, and more. Trailer tools, trailer accessories, cabinets, brackets, hangers, shelves, you name it, they've got it at SummitRacingEquipment.com. Also want to thank all of our great live broadcast sponsors this weekend, including Hayward Homes, Raz Construction, S&T Truck Repair, D. Jansen Racing, RPM Roll Bars, Gateway Classic Cars, Titanium Auto Group, Artex Racing, Molly Motorsports, Redline Synthetic Oil, and Holly. Couldn't do it without them, and we appreciate their continued support here at BankShift.com. The Streetcar Super Nationals number 20. As always, live and free right here at BankShift.com. We are getting ready to run our SMC Race Cars Pro 275 as soon as we wrap up our RacingJunk.com box category. Then we're going to go to Limited Small Tire and Precision Turbo Pro Mod, Mickey Thompson Tires X275, and Arizona Race Company Real Steel. You guys are both on standby. We'll be calling you guys shortly. Aiden Katnick over in the right lane goes 33 on the tree. Markel Jackson goes 26. Anthony Katnick coming up next in that 69 Dart over there in the right lane. One of his crew guys looking under it to make sure no leaks. As we said, if you are leaking when you pull through the water box, you will not go down this racetrack today, period. Not going to do it. As Dean Bush and Katnick line up on the starting line, we've got a couple of 67 or 8 F-bodies pulling into the water. Big tire 67 or 8 Camaro and a big tire 67 or 8 Pontiac Firebird that looks scarily similar to Mike Finnegan's rubber ducky car. That's John D. Young out of Abbotsford, British Columbia. The man behind Artex Racing in that 67 Camaro with a small block for power. And Rob Strong out of Hemet in that 68 Firebird, big block for power. SMC Race Cars Pro 275 rolling out of the staging lanes and back behind the tower. Limited small tire, you guys will be next. Followed by Pro Mod. Heather's down there, handling all of that with you guys. Mickey Thompson Tires, X275, and Arizona Race Company Real Steel, you are on standby. I am going to call you in the next minute or so. Wheels up launch for the 69 Firebird of Darren Taylor. That car just went down the racetrack a minute ago. Scott Taylor over there out of Columbia Falls, Montana. In the left lane goes 007 Red. Tristan Craig coming up in the 02 S&S chassis dragster. Big block for power. All right, this is going to be our last car in RacingJunk.com box for qualifying round number 3, 514. 017 on the tree. Not too shabby. All right, here we go into our radial prep lanes for SMC Race Cars Pro 275. All right. Warren Grow out of Henderson, the 67 Camaro. Warren keeps going quicker and quicker. I don't know what their numbers are. I just know on Facebook he keeps saying they're running PBs. Humberto Nunez out of Hayward in the 04 Ford Lightning. Says it's small block Ford powered. Meaning he's got more brains than chains, as opposed to the mod motor guys. Hey, I'm not bagging on you at all. It's just the title of one of Peter Harrell's video series, More Chains Than Brains. All right, here we go. The 67 Camaro, Warren Grow, right here out of Henderson over there in the right lane. His lovely wife pulling him into the beams. Top bulb is lit. Warren bumping that thing in. And here we go. Look at that side-by-side race looking good. The Grove family got smiles on their faces going A to B. That thing is awesome. All right. For those of you guys watching online, this is a no-time category. We have several no-time categories here this weekend. Now Jeff Young out of Idaho Falls in the 05 Corvette coming up. And Lamar Swindle Jr. Swindle out of Baytown in that 92 S10. This thing is cool. I like it a lot. This thing went A to B last round. I mean, like it was shot out of a cannon. It was a great run. Right down Broadway. Look at that thing working. So's the Corvette. The S10 getting there first. A little bit of a haze out of the Corvette down there at the top end when he lifted off the throttle, and now we got Chris Alston Jr. out of Elk Grove, California, the 2015 Camaro. Yes, that Alston is in Alston Chassis Works. His dad, Chris, starting the company decades ago. Been friends with them for years. I can tell you that somewhere in the neighborhood of 97% of the parts that are shipped out of their building with their name on them are manufactured in their building. I mean, we're talking hardware and all kinds of things you would expect them not to be making in-house, and they do, and it's awesome. Brian Greenberg out of Valencia in the 68 Mustang on the starting line. Junior has had a hell of a time getting down this racetrack. He is double entered here this weekend, so he can try and get some data, but he has just not been confident going down the racetrack yet. We'll see what it does here. There we go. There we go. Junior making a lick. I think he lifted a little bit early, but still gets down there first. Nice run for Junior. That's great. Meanwhile, Ron Link doing his burnout over here in the 64 Nova out of Sacramento. And Craig Sparks out of Galt, California in the 69 Camaro on the right lane. Both of them taking their time. Sparks has got the top bulb lit. Now they're both pre-staged. Sparks is staged and has trouble. And Ron Link lets go of the button and goes right down the racetrack. Up next, Brylan Holder out of Bakersfield in the 2015 Camaro, and Mike Keenan in the 02 Camaro. Well, no, not a 02 Camaro. In the Chevy Nova out of Albuquerque. just a little bit, but Holder goes right down the racetrack. Now Roger Holder coming up next in the 69 Camaro. All right, here we go, Roger Holder. And Jackson Brown. Jackson Brown out of Detroit over there in the right lane. Roger Holder out of Bakersfield over here in the left lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mickey Thompson Tires, X275. Come on down to 5 and 6. X275, come on down to 5 and 6. Arizona Race Company Real Steel. Arizona Race Company Real Steel. You guys can come down to 7 and 8. Mickey Thompson, X275. Come down to 5 and 6. Real Steel to 7 and 8. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Mickey Thompson Tires, X275. Come on down to 5 and 6. Arizona Race Company Real Steel. Real Steel. Come on down to 7 and 8. Matt Jacobs in the chat bleachers on the bangshift.com live stream is asking what class is currently running. And we are just finishing up with our Pro 275 and going into limited small tire. Then we're going to have Turbo Pro Mod, Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Mickey Thompson X275 and Arizona Race Company Real Steel. So I need Mickey Thompson tires X275 to 5 and 6 and Arizona Race Company Real Steel to 7 and 8. All right, gang. We have Justin Carson out of Ogden, Utah over there in the right lane. And I believe that's Bodie over here in the left lane. Patrick Barnhill behind the car, doing the tuning and setup on that thing. Everybody rocking and rolling right down Broadway on that one. Kevin Foy out of Selkirk, Manitoba in the 67 Firebird in the left lane. And Frank Yee, the 03 Mustang over there in the right lane, out of Frank Yee Racing Solutions, sponsor of our limited small tire category. This is our last pair of Pro 275 cars going down the racetrack. I need Mickey Thompson tires X275 to 5 and 6, and Arizona Race Company Real Steel to 7 and 8, please. Frank Yee rocking it down the racetrack. You have to forgive me, but somebody brought us Christmas cookies up here. And I'm making sure they're safe to eat. Because I care. All right, as we roll into limited small tire, got Madison Swindle out of Baytown in the 72 Camaro in the right lane with the 632, and Lance Moore out of Ramona, California with the 64 Nova. Side by side. That looked like a pretty close drag race from here. Now it's Art Williams out of Simi Valley in the 63 Nova, and Chris Lucarelli out of Meade, Colorado in the 02 Mustang. Up out of the groove, pulls it back in. Lucarelli, man, right down the racetrack. Art Williams a little more trouble down here at the short end, but still gets A to B. Reminder, folks, the racetrack is 1/8 of a mile long over here in the right 2 lanes. If you are in an 1/8 mile class, you can run it to 661 feet. You may not run it to 1,320 feet or even 1,000. 1/8 mile category, run it to the 1/8, not all the way up the hill. Kenny Hubbard in the house, looking good as always. Kevin Van Oy out of Fontana in the 91 Mustang, and John Jacobs out of Meade, Colorado. We're a little skating going on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Keep it in the middle, baby. Keep it in the middle, baby. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a big round of applause. Awesome. Love to see that. Dude, that was keeping with it and trying everything to keep it off the wall. Thank you so much, Kevin Van Oy. Have no idea if we have fluid on the racetrack or not. Obviously, the guys are going to check. It doesn't matter. If we do, it's okay. It is way better to have fluid and no crashed race car. So, Kevin Van Oy, thank you so much for doing everything you could out there and being smart. You know, I talk all the time about people with saves, and there are a lot of guys that get credit for saving a car when they are like pedaling it 14 times and then they spin it around and somehow don't crash because they were too dumb to know when to lift after the 3rd pedal job. That is not what happened there. When somebody loses it and they do everything smart, the way that he just did is great. Our crew got to Kevin, and Kevin said, the car's okay, it's still running, and I'll just drive it off the racetrack. And so he drove it up the hill. That was awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, Kevin. We're checking the racetrack. I believe somebody said we may have a little bit of water. That thing may have pushed a head gasket out. So we'll find out. If it's water, that's easy. That's quick, simple. We're going to replace a block out there and be good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, take this opportunity real quick. Grab a drink. Hug your family members. Tell people around you you love them. It's getting into the holiday season, and I feel like I got to remind everybody that while the holidays are stressful, man, they shouldn't be. Have fun with your family. Enjoy them. Next week is Thanksgiving, and eat too much, laugh a lot, have fun with your family and friends. Make sure you tell the people that you care about how much you care about them, and it'll make a big deal in your life, I promise you. right, folks, we're back. That was awesome. Hardly any delay. All right. Jeff Godwin out of Littleton in the right lane. Dennis Drummond out of Crossfields. Alberta in the left lane. Okay, I need Mickey Thompson X275. You should be in 5 and 6. This is your final call. And Real Steel, you should be in 7 and 8. This is your final call. Red Tide Canopies Outlaw Small Tire, you're on standby. And Super Index, you're on standby. Wheels in the air for Jeff Godwin, but that thing straightened out, went right down the racetrack. Looked like he lifted maybe a little short, but Drummond looking good too, goes A to B. Good data for both of those teams.
Well, good morning, everybody. It is still morning, isn't it? My name's John Tabak. I do a little announcing at Mission Raceway Park, and we're going to give Chad a little break. So that was Kelly Henry along with Brad Thomas. And the next pair is given the signal to shut them off. And while I do not yet have any official word, it appears as though we might have a little fluid in the left lane to take care of. So I just checked my phone. It is, in fact, still morning. What a beautiful day we've got on our hands here. Day number 2 of the 20th running of the Streetcar Super Nationals. So again, I do not yet have anything official, but it appears as though it's fairly minor, so that's good news. So the tractors are out there giving the surface a little rub. So if you have not yet made your way over to the merch trailer, you need to do that. Tons of cool stuff over there. T-shirts, hats, hoodies. Got stuff for kids, got stuff for the ladies. Also, Magnafuel pumps and accessories. So go visit Heather and the girls at the official SCSN Gateway Classic Cars merchandise trailer located in the Vendors Midway. So 2 unique t-shirts for this weekend's event featuring the iconic 1955 Chevy of Monty Burney and the also very cool 1946 Dodge pickup of Doug Driggers. T-shirts just $25. We got a deal for you. You can get 3 of them for $70. Event hoodies just $45. Also carry a full line of aftermarket company apparel such as Holley EFI, MSD, Hurst, Hooker Headers, Fuel Tech, Precision Turbo and Nitrous Outlet, and if that isn't enough, we have Scott Palmer Racing Gear, Stevie Fast Jackson Shadow tees and hoodies, and much, much more. Well, and we are ready to get back at it. Next pair rolls into the water. Levi Hanna coming at you in the left lane at Elk Ridge, Utah. He's going to line up beside Vince Murphy. Vince out of Casper, Wyoming. Little S10 in the right-hand lane. And looks like Levi's got some issues in the left lane. I do believe they are backing him out of there. Well, way better to catch it before he stages the car than it is to find out later after he's gone down the length of the track. So good catch by the crew down there. Thank you very much. Levi's going to back out. It's going to become a single for Vince Murphy. Nice looking run for Vince over there in the right-hand lane. So fortunately, just a minor amount of fluid dropped in the left lane there. Looks like it was all in the very center. So we're just going to continue on with the next pair. Todd Brenton from Prineville, Oregon, in the right-hand lane, 1964 Malibu. Todd Brenton coming up in the right-hand lane, the Malibu. Gorgeous looking car. Todd Porter over here tower side in the 1989 S10. Porter out of Rigby, Idaho. Pre-stage bulbs lit. S10 leads the way. Pretty decent looking run for both cars. That'll set up our next pair. Firebird over there in the right lane. Nick Johnson. Local guy in the right lane, Jimmy Goebel. Left side of the racetrack out of Hanford, California, in another 1964 Malibu. So Nick Johnson leads the way. Camaro arriving at the finish line slightly ahead of the S10. Or sorry, of the Malibu. And now a single. Coming up left side of the racetrack. Brian Van Tol out of Ramona, California. Another Chevelle, this one is 66. Currently our number 11 qualifier. Nothing wrong with that. So a I was a little ahead of myself when I said that was the last car of the class. Now we've got the last car of the class. Johnny Mendoza in his Mustang. From Los Angeles, California. Car is staged. There we go. So not sounding super clean as he goes down the racetrack. So that'll do it for Holder's AC small tire. Coming up next, Precision Turbo Pro Mod. So we'll be switching back over to lanes 1 and 2. So SCSN 20 presented by Fuel Tech USA. Fuel Tech is an international company specialized in developing and manufacturing state-of-the-art performance engine management systems. The company's elite staff, always keeping a grip on the forefront of technology available, guarantees top-notch quality and constant innovation. The product line's greatest advantage is its overall simplicity. From its painless installation to real-time tuning in just hours, depending on the application. Our FT Series ECU's built-in interface is a complete set that allows the user to have full control of the engine without the need of a PC, emphasizing on-the-spot, do-it-yourself concept. Fuel Tech's craftsmanship and technology is built on extreme performance, and proof comes from where it matters, the racetrack. Excellent record-breaking track results on a wide variety of racing classes such as sportsman, pro drag, circuit, off-road, rally, motorbike, and marine applications testify our commitment to attain the best results everywhere we compete. Developing and designing high-performance products since 2003, Fuel Tech will surely have a product to fulfill your needs. Check them out at fueltech.net. So, first pair of Pro Mods, putting a little heat in the tires. Rick Barnhart and Doug Reister. Barnhart, left lane from High River, Alberta. The Mach 1 Mustang. Twin turbo combination. And in the right lane, out of Victoria, Texas. Doug Reister, the 68 Camaro. Reister in the right lane, our number 4 qualifier. Through the opening 3 rounds of qualifying. This will be Q4. So first pair making their way towards the beams. Reister lights the pre-stage bulb in the right lane. Build a little boost, and away we go. So Reister in the right-hand lane does a little bit of driving, but puts a 392 up there on the rear board, 193 miles an hour. So did not get it all on that run, but still a very respectable number. Not going to move him up the ladder. He's going to stay in the number 4 position. He's already qualified with a 390. Barnhart unable to improve off the gas early. Had a little bit of an issue on the starting line by the looks of it. He coasted across the finish line with a 12:03. So he's on the sheet in the number 10 spot with a 4:31. Next pair now. Couple of serious cars down there on the starting line right now. Our number 1 qualifier in the right-hand lane, John Durden from San Juan Bautista, California, in the very, very yellow 1959 Corvette. Snavely, left lane, out of Los Angeles in the Turbos Direct Camaro. Snavely currently in the number 6 spot with a 4:09, 205 miles an hour. Durden, as I mentioned, our number 1 qualifier, 382, just 199. So both cars rolling forward, getting set to go. Look at Durden, 388, $195. Did a little bit of driving, but pretty much A to B. That's why he's your number 1 qualifier. Snavely, with a little bit of trouble, decides to click it off and just let it coast up the hill. All right, I need to correct myself. I was referring to this as Q4. It's actually Q3. Getting a little ahead of myself.
You were just excited. You were just excited. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in the pits, Outlaw Small Tire and Super Index, you guys are on standby. I'm going to call you guys to the lanes here shortly. Outlaw Small Tire and Super Index, we're going to call you guys to the lanes shortly. So you guys are on standby.
So we got Ryan Hayward and we got Nick Duda. Nick Duda in the right-hand lane, the 63 Corvette. Little small block Chevy. Just 393 cubic inches. He's going to line up beside Ryan Hayward. Hayward in the 2010 Challenger, left-hand lane. Ryan Hayward out of Marysville, Washington. So a rather historic car in the right lane. This 63 Corvette was the first car ever to record a 5-second pass. Way, way back in the day when it was owned by Quayne Stott. Sides of the racetrack. Wow, Ryan Hayward.
Whew, the Challenger went out there, stood it up, pedaled it right there next to the center line, That thing comes down, got hopping and bouncing. You can see the tire tracks over there. Got real close to the left side wall, but able to reel it back in. That was a little nerve-wracking right there. Attention in the pits. I have a racer in need. A racer in need. If anybody has a 2-speed turbo 400 combo here in the pits and they are willing to sell it, rent it, or allow it to be borrowed, Big Worm Anthony Smith is in need. Again, if anybody's got a 2-speed turbo 400 combination that they are willing to part with or loan or rent or whatever, he is willing to buy one, rent one, borrow one, whatever. So again, Big Worm Anthony Smith looking for a 2-speed 400. If anybody's got one, either let us know in the tower or go see Big Worm out there. He's in need.
So Nick Duda on the right lane improved on his earlier efforts. He was on the sheet with a 405, went a little quicker, 401 at 190 miles an hour. Was talking to Nick last night. He's looking for a high 3-second pass this weekend. So it looks like we're doing okay.
Hats are flying on the starting line as Pete Battaglia out of Ramona does his burnout. One of his crew guys standing there. I think he may have won the hat height award. That thing went about 15 feet in the air. John Dickinson out of Bonnie Lake, Washington over there in the 68 Camaro. Battle of first gens. I love it.
Number 9 qualifier in the left lane. Battaglia in the right lane, currently qualified in the number 13 spot.
Yeah, and according to our tech cards, we actually have 17 cars in the Pro Mod category who have teched in here. We had 14, I believe, that ran yesterday. A couple that showed up yesterday afternoon, if I understand correctly. So I believe we have 17 that are actually on property right now. And yeah, and it looks like 16 on the sheet. That's great. Awesome, awesome deal to have 16 Pro Mods here for a 16 car field. Is going to be pretty awesome. One thing I love about Streetcar Super Nationals is the variety of cars that we get out here. Not only body styles, but also combos. You know, as cool as NHRA Pro Mod is, it really has become a blower-only category, or nitrous. And then even then, just a handful, no more turbo cars that are competing there, as NHRA has changed the rules package to make it really, really impossible for them to be competitive. But, oh, look at that. Dickinson was up and down and all around, but Battaglia, that thing hung a hard left, got over there near the center line. He pedaled it and rocked right on down the racetrack. Goes 396 at 182. That is a huge improvement over his 5.3 at only 91 mile an hour before.
So Battaglia doing a bunch of driving, but was well worth it. Got the result at the finish line. He was sitting number 13. We'll just give the computer a second or two to update itself. Absolutely made top 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity once again to thank Gateway Classic Cars for being the presenting sponsors this weekend here at the awesome 20th Streetcar Super Nationals. I mean, seriously, we could not be happier with the turnout and all of you guys just doing a great job. It is It is amazing. It is awesome. And again, we thank Gateway Classic Cars. Also want to thank Titanium Auto Group and Redline Synthetic Oil, as well as Summit Racing Equipment and Artex Racing, Molly Motorsport, Holly, RPM Roll Bars, D. Jansen Racing, S&T Truck Repair, and Raz Construction, along with Hayward Homes. They all stepped up so we could bring you guys the live stream, and it is running on the YouTube channel on bangshift.com or right there on the website on Bangshift. We got Les Mayhew running a mobile camera on the starting line, and Neil Sabo running the switch up here in the tower. Appreciate both of those guys for helping out this weekend while I'm sitting here announcing. And, man, what a great event. This weather is amazing. Give us a second here. We're going to do a quick reset on a couple of things in the tower and get right back to racing. Outlaw Small Tire, we're going to call you in just a moment. Super Index, we're also going to call you in just a moment. So if you guys can make sure those things are fueled, tire pressures where you need them to be to roll to the lanes, we're going to call you in just a moment.
So it looks like we've got a single left side of the racetrack. Garrett Richards. Total Performance Racing. Out of Tacoma, Washington, a 2012 Shelby Mustang with a very unique power plant between the frame rails. Walt Austin Hemi. Absolutely, without a doubt, the only one running this combination this weekend, and well, that's going to be true just about anywhere he goes.
Yeah, you know, the Austin family clearly no strangers to blown, alcohol-ingesting Hemis. If you know anything about alcohol, funny cars and alcohol dragsters, They know what they're doing making power.
Absolutely. Oh, that's looking pretty good.
Sachets around a little bit out there in the middle, but that thing running a number. Goes 387.6 at 192. Not going to be an improvement on his 382.4 at 196, but still good data and a good run they know they can count on. Looks like they may have their bracket race tune-up in that thing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Red Tide Outlaw small tire to 1 and 2. Outlaw small tire to 1 and 2. Super Index, you can start coming down to 3 and 4. Outlaw small tire to 1 and 2. Super Index to 3 and 4, please. MagnaFuel XDR and SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85, you guys are on standby. Shane Molinari, Battleground, Washington, the 68 Firebird, and Eric Horvath out of Kenlona. Is that right? Kenlona, British Columbia? Oh, Kelowna, that's right. We have a spelling error up here. So Kelowna, British Columbia, and another 68 Firebird. I love Firebird Pro Mod cars. I dig the body on them.
Absolutely, and it's not often you get to see two of them lined up beside each other.
Yeah, I just like the beak hanging off the front. Just cool. Nothing wrong with them, that's for sure. And these two ought to be fun to watch. Now, Molinari has not made a run so far. This is his first. Eric is in the number 15 spot with a 598 at just 87 miles an hour, as they were unable to make a full pull down the racetrack, but they are looking for a big improvement right here.
So, tough break for Molinari and team in the right lane. Not going to be able to make a pass. They click him off. So this will be a single for Eric Horvath in the left lane. So we did have side-by-side 68 Firebirds.
Horvath's got a barbershop as a sponsor on the side of the cowl hood on that thing. I need a haircut bad. Are they in-house? I'll come to the pits for a haircut. Oh. That didn't sound good as that thing went big RPM. Sounds like it broke the transmission or something in the drivetrain. Horvath not going to be happy with that. Only went 122 to 60 foot and then just zing to the moon. Not good. Not good.
So safety out there, giving Eric Horvath a hand. Hopefully they'll be able to pull him off the track surface without too much trouble. Well, we got two more for you. Getting ready to go. Tom Katnick and Mike LeBate. So I got to correct myself. That first I after the T in Katnick is actually supposed to be there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It is.
They're
Just don't
totally
say it.
Yeah.
You
Well,
just-
they're totally okay with calling them Katnick.
Oh, okay.
The proper pronunciation of that name is a place we don't want to
Katinnick or
go
something?
anywhere near. Oh, no. It's more like Katanich or something like that.
Gotcha. I
So,
got
yeah.
nothing for him. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm out. Hey, in the attention in the pits, MagnaFuel XDR to 5 and 6, please. MagnaFuel XDR to 5 and 6, please. So I need Red Tide Outlaw Small Tire to 1 and 2, Super Index to 3 and 4, and XDR to 5 and 6, please.
So Katnick in the left lane, LeBate in the right. Oh boy. That took a while. Katnick, with a nice looking pass, goes A to B, does not improve. 423 at just 178 miles an hour. He's on the sheet with a 418. And LeBate decides to make the hit. Does not get any data.
No. And it did not sound good.
No, it did not.
Making a lot of noise for how much it wasn't moving. Again, attention in the pits. I need Outlaw Small Tire to 1 and 2, Super Index to 3 and 4, and MagnaFuel XDR to 5 and 6. Outlaw 85 and Pro Street, you're on standby. Attention in the pits. We have called Outlaw Small Tire, not any other small tire. It is Outlaw Small Tire to 1 and 2. Outlaw Small Tire. Outlaw Small Tire. The text said small tire. It is Outlaw Small Tire. Outlaw Small Tire. To 1 and 2, please.
So here comes our final car in this third round of qualifying for Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Eric K in the right lane.
Yep, I ain't gonna touch that. No idea. It's like Evel Knievel and a German biker got together and figured out how to, I don't know, do it. I can't do it, Eric. I'm sorry. We just got nothing. Eric K. Oh, dude. Gage the intern is like took German in high school apparently because he's going with like pronunciation and the whole thing. Again, I'm just going Eric K. Dude, you're big Eric K right now.
2017 Corvette that you see in the right lane. Currently on the sheet in the 14 position with a 583 at just 89 miles an hour, so lots of room for improvement. Let's see what they can put together here in Q3.
Simultaneously, Jinx. Oh my God, that was no bueno right there. That thing left angry, way angry, and tried to go left and looked like it rattled the tire out there a little bit, and just not what they were looking for. But that is it for our Precision Turbo Pro Mod qualifying round number 3. We're now going into Mickey Thompson Tires X275, and then Arizona Race Company Real Steel. After that, we're going Outlaw Small Tire. Outlaw Small Tire, you should be in 1 and 2. Super Index, you should be in 3 and 4. Outlaw Small Tire, you should be in 1 and 2. Super Index to 3 and 4. XDR, we need you guys to come down to 5 and 6, please. So right now in Pro Mod, John Durden is currently your number 1 qualifier by 1,000th of a second over Garrett Richards. 382.3 to a 382.4. Ryan Griffin in the number 3 spot with a 391.3. Doug Reister with a 392.5. Nick Duda, 401.2. Snavely, who was not able to make it down the racetrack this round, goes 409 with a 3. Ryan Hayward, 414 with a 1. Tom Katnick with a 4.188. John Dickinson, 4.299. And Rick Barnhart, 431 with a 5 to round out our top 10. And then it's Art Raz, Bingham, Battaglia, Eric K., Horvath, and Labatt.
And that'll bring us into Mickey Thompson X275.
Justin Gallant out of Chilliwack. I always love Chilliwack. That's cool. Chilliwack's is great. If I lived in Chilliwack, I'd have a restaurant that only served chili. It'd be awesome. Chili fries, chili dogs. I'd be like the Forrest Gump of chili. It'd be rad. 85 Mustang over there. And then Zach Kane out of Clallam Bay. Is that right? Or Clallam Bay? Clallam Bay? Washington. Clallam Bay, Washington, in the 67 Camaro. And then a Maverick coming up. Oh, and love, take my money. I ain't got any, but take it. Take it all. I got $14 I'll give you for that car.
So Gallant in the right lane, number 1 qualifier after 2 attempts. 428 with a 1. Number 2 is at 432.
Yeah, but that's Brian Mansky, who went out yesterday and spun that car around and slapped the wall with the passenger side, so he is going to be out. So I am sure that he will be out of competition, and that means Zach Kane will be moving up along with everybody else.
Zach Kane goes nowhere. Lights up the tires on the starting line. Gallant in the right lane, meanwhile, puts together another nice looking pass. How about 425? Chops 0.03 of a second off his earlier 428 to further solidify that number 1 qualifying position. 2-time winner of this event and current defending champion. That'll set us up for our next pair. Eric Aldrich will take on Mark Myring out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. In the right lane. Behind the wheel, the 07 Shelby. Aldrich, left side of the racetrack from Oceanside, California, in a 1972 Maverick. So Aldrich, currently our number 5 qualifier with a 463 effort. Myring in the right lane, currently qualified number 10 with a 502. Here comes the boost. Both cars leave well. Full pulls both sides of the racetrack. 425 with a 6. Myring Moves up to the number 2 spot. Almost grabs the number 1 spot. Just fell 0.02 of a second short to do so. Aldrich in the left lane makes his best effort of the weekend. 4:58. Now number 6. So next pair now getting themselves backed up after the burnouts. Chris Houston coming up left side of the racetrack. Don't have a name for you in the right lane. Not yet in the system. So Houston in the left lane from Lethbridge, Alberta. Another Canadian. Turbo deal. Oh, this doesn't look good. Oh no. So safety obviously going to have to go out there and have a look-see at the left lane. Lots of smoke. Might have been steam because it just kind of disappeared all at once. So neither car getting down the track. So again, nothing official, but based on the chatter I'm hearing over the radio, we've got some stuff on the race surface.
I'm not gonna tell her what her guys. But this is her one, so you know it's ridiculously expensive.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, because that place used to be nothing, and now it's crazy. Hold on one second. Red Tide Outlaw Small Tire. You guys should be in 1 and 2. Super Index. I see you guys in 3 and 4. Thank you very much. And MagnaFuel XDR. We need you guys to lanes 5 and 6. Looks like we may have had a transmission that decided it wasn't down for being along for the party anymore. So I'm going to check that out. We'll give you a heads up here in just a minute when we have an ETA on how long this is going to take to clean up. I'll take this opportunity to remind everybody, every fitting, every hose, everything that has a fluid going through it, we need you guys to make sure you check it, right? There's nothing worse than being the guy that just had a loose AN line or, hose clamp that wasn't tight or any of that stuff. And in this scenario, I have no idea. I'm not bagging on this guy and saying he did anything wrong. I'm just saying you would hate for it to be you that did that and oiled down the racetrack, or even worse, wadded up your race car. We just want everybody to be safe and good and make sure we have a good racetrack for all of you guys. So we're getting the scrubber out. If you're in the car and you're belted in and you want to get out of the car, or at least loosen your belts and take your helmet off, I'd recommend you do so.
So while we have a little time, we'll take this opportunity to once again thank Gateway Classic Cars, the premier streetcar association, the sanctioning body for the legendary Streetcar Super Nationals, announced a partnership with Gateway Classic Cars, headquartered in O'Fallon, Illinois, a union making Gateway the official classic car dealer of the PSCA and the SCSN. Gateway is the world's largest classic/exotic car dealership since 1999. Is there a car that you have had your eye on for a while? Maybe the car you had a poster of in your room since you were a child. With their collection of over 3,000 classic and exotic cars, chances are they have your dream classic in one of our 18 locations around the U.S., including St. Louis, Dallas, Denver, and Las Vegas, the locations of PSCA's major events. Come chat with our reps in the Vendors Midway.
You make us sound good, bro.
So the hard-working crew here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway taking care of the little mess we've got in the left lane. So we've got the car off the track surface. Got the scrubber out there doing its thing.
Which one of you's been on the chat? Oh, you? Okay.
So while we are down momentarily, it's a great time to head on over to the merch trailer, the Streetcar Super Nationals merchandise trailer. Go see Heather and the girls. Lots of great stuff over there. They'll get you fixed up. Also want to thank Summit Racing. Always get more for your money at Summit Racing Equipment, proud sponsor of the Streetcar Super Nationals. At summitracing.com, you'll find millions of parts in stock from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks and off-roading, tools, and more. Get the Summit advantage with fast shipping, world-class customer service, and expert tech advice. You can use the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. Check them out, summitracing.com. SMC Race Cars. SMC Race Cars is a full-service race shop located in Spokane, Washington. They do chassis fabrication, turbo kits, pro wiring, suspension setup, and tune Holly and Fuel Tech. Check out many of our customers' cars racing here at the Streetcar Super Nationals 20 that are proudly displaying our decal. SMC race cars rather, can be found on Instagram. SMC/race cars.
Now, is there a safety reason why they're not running the other side? Yeah, I mean, because they only have.
Red Tide Canopies, official canopy supplier of the PSCA and SCSN. Red Tide Canopies is the premier custom canopy, trade show, and outdoor event printing provider. Red Tide Canopies offers everything from custom canopies, banners, flags, table covers, trade show displays, crew shirts, as well as many other products to help you promote your business, organization, or team. Check out the website at redtidemarketing.com. How about Flying A Motorsports? Motorsports transportation equipment since 1988. Since 1988, we have been providing the motorsports industry in local Missouri with the finest transportation equipment, carrying an extensive range of new and used motor coaches, toter homes, race car trailers, cargo trailers, utility trailers, lowering car haulers, and more. Our lineup of new motor coach and toter homes comes in a variety of sizes, horsepower, and price ranges to fit your needs. Manufacturers consist of Renegade, Showhauler, 1492, and NRC. We stock and sell quality brand trailers like T&E, Intech, Pace American, Bravo, Continental Cargo, and more. To go with your transportation needs, we are also your connection to C-Tech pit carts, cabinets, and accessories, Gen Y hitches, Cummins generators, HRP trailer accessories, and more. Give us a call today and see how we can help. 800-222-4004. So I just want to say hello to everybody tuned in on bangshift.com. Thanks for spending your afternoon with us. Here on day number 2, the Streetcar Super Nationals. 20th anniversary. So for myself, it has been a number of years since I have attended this event. Actually, the last time I was actually at this event was way back in 2007. Also did a little announcing at that event, if I recall correctly. I was sitting in with Al Tucci and Alan Reinhardt. So unfortunately, I don't have that list in front of me. We'll get that corrected, but don't want to forget about our live stream sponsors. It's kind of a team effort by a number of racers and their companies to bring you this live stream this weekend. Off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure Hayward Holmes was one of them, along with Artex Racing. And of course, Titanium Auto Group. On a personal level, I want to give a little shout out to Derek Shirk and Titanium Auto Group. without whom I would simply not be here this weekend. Titanium Auto Group, sponsoring my travel down here. So very thankful and having a blast. So the crew out there is still working hard on the track surface. And a big shout out to all the racers on the property. Your support of this event is very, very much appreciated. So as I mentioned earlier, I do a little announcing as well as some racing at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. And while I am extremely grateful for that facility, because it is a great one, if you've never been there, you should put it on your list. But coming here is a pretty special treat. Not many drag strips are on the level that this one is. Pavement as far as the eye can see. Absolutely a top-notch facility. So just saw the scrubber make a little U-turn. I was hoping he was just going to continue on in this direction, but if it needs another pass to get it right, then we'll give it another pass to get it right. So very grateful for all the staff here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. You can see the tractors heading up the right-hand lane. Should not be too much longer before we see them make their move over to the left-hand lane. And that'll be the sign we're looking for that we are very close to getting back to the action. So just one of the great things about this facility is the equipment they have. 3 tractors out there, one of them a rotator. Of course, we got Kurt Johnson and the boys here this weekend, Total Venue Concepts, making the race surface all that it can be. So we see the scrubber making his way back towards the starting line. We will know very soon whether he's going to continue that direction and exit the track or whether another pass is required. And the scrubber looks to be exiting the track, so that's good news. Good sign that we are almost there. So a number of vendors here this weekend. Check out on the Vendors Midway. Already mentioned the SCSN Event and Apparel Trailer. Get your merch this weekend. 20th anniversary t-shirts, hoodies, hats, all kinds of great stuff over there. Also Gateway Classic Cars, Mickey Thompson Tires, Sin City Apparel, Fig Speed Speed Shop, Calvert Racing, MEK LLC, Vintage 1320, Jim Dunn Racing Apparel, BigBullyTurf.com, Shriners, Roadrunner Grill, and VP Racing Fuel. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have good news. They just gave the 5-minute signal, telling the drivers to start getting ready, get back in their cars, belted up, suited up, get ready to go. So we at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park also just recently acquired a rotator. From Total Venue Concepts. Very grateful for that machine. What I was getting at, though, if you'd never seen one in operation, I was kind of shocked by how much noise they make. So the rotator headed back up the right lane. He'll come back down the left. And when he drops those tires down, you definitely hear it. You don't need to be close. All right, I guess I lied a little bit. But now you can hear what I'm talking about anyway. Draggers head over to the right lane to give that a little pull. Rotator is off the track. Whenever we see the equipment coming off the track, that's a really good sign. What an absolutely gorgeous day here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Couldn't really ask for a better day. T-shirt weather. Little bit of wind, but not too much. Now, this isn't official, but it is somewhat of an educated guess. I think we're going to see the tractors pull off the racing surface after this final drag back down lane number 3. Got our drivers back in their cars, ready to go. I hear race cars. Kevin Wallur from Hesperia, California. You're running on the left side of the racetrack. So I do not believe he is on the qualifying sheet at this point. Check out the back bumper on that thing. It's got the glitter going on. So Sean Letson should be pulling up in the right lane. I don't know if they're having some trouble down there.
About? We're in Vegas, I know, but were you just talking about stripper glitter? Is that what you were talking about? I swear to God, that's what I heard you say. Stripper glitter. What, on the back bumper of the 55 Chevy over there?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's what it's for, but if it works.
Hey, I'm down. I'm down. I'm not here to judge. We're just here to commentate. Who is that? Kevin Wallari. I'm going to say that. Does that work? Wallari out of Hesperia in that 55 Chevrolet. Want to thank all of the Total Venue Concepts crew who are doing all the track prep and cleanup out here. They did a great job. Really, really appreciate them. You guys are getting an awesome racetrack each and every time you go down it. And we appreciate you guys being patient. We are ready to rock and roll, so if you are behind the tower, you should be in and belted up and ready to go.
So it looks like a tough break for Sean Letson. Still parked over here beside the tower. They've got the hood off. They're hooking up the golf cart. Looks like they're going to, golf cart rather. Looks like they're going to push it back to the pits. Fortunately for them, they got another qualifier coming up a little later on this afternoon. So it's going to be a single for Wallari. The little shoebox Chevy.
I'm a Tri-5 guy. My favorite is a 56, but a 55's good too. Here we go. Dude, nice run. .489, 144. Good deal for his first run down the racetrack.
Absolutely, as a base run to start off with, that's some good data right there.
We are in Mickey Thompson Tires X275. We're going to go from X to Real Steel, and then Outlaw Small Tire, Super Index, and Magna Fuel XDR. Outlaw small tire, you should be in 1 and 2, Super Index to 3 and 4, and XDR to 5 and 6. These are your final calls. If you're not there, you're way late. But we had a delay, so you're lucky. Come on down. It's time to race. Well, or to qualify at least.
So it looks like another single coming at you. Brian Brooks will be making a pass in lane number 4. Calls Parker, Colorado home.
The land of jet boats. Havasu and Parker, the jet boat fun capital of the world. Out there on the river, everybody from SoCal and Arizona and Southern Nevada goes down there, enjoying the sunny weather and all the things that come with jet boats. Lots of, shall we call it, river racing goes on with jet boats out there on the river. It's a good time. It's another thing I would love to own, but shouldn't spend money on. But a jet boat, like the ultimate hot rod on the water. Ooh, nice run. Brooks goes down there, lifted a little early, I think, actually. Goes 4:51.9 at 142, puts him in the number 6 spot. Not a bad deal.
That'll definitely work.
We got Doug Driggers as we move into no time. With our Arizona Race Company Real Steel, as the 3 fighters go out there in configuration over the racetrack, we got Doug Driggers. Driggers in this cool Dodge pickup on one of the 2 event t-shirts. And Eric Outland out of LA, Driggers out of Gilbert, Arizona. I love this little Dodge truck. This thing is really clean, really nice, and it's been pretty since he built it, but it is considerably quicker now than it ever has been, and I love it. All steel, all glass category is what our Real Steel is. And you know, when you have a 1946 Dodge, it's not like carbon and glass parts are available for that thing, you know?
Probably not. Unless you're going to have one-offs made, and
yeah,
that's going to cost you.
It is, for sure. Les Mayhew down there getting great camera shots through the window. Man, what beautiful weather it is today. It's warm and nice and cool outside with all the sun shining. It makes lovely, lovely weather. Man, Doug's a little soft at the hit. Eric Outland moved out there really good, but he got out there to about 450 feet, and there was a puff out of that thing, and the chutes came out early. Oh, yeah. And there is something on the racetrack at the 330, not fluid, but things. Things on the racetrack.
Loose parts. So 43 cars on the sheet in this class so far,
which is awesome. I love that we have 43 all steel, all glass competitors out here. The craziest variety of stuff. I mean, right now our next pair of 57 Chevrolet and a little Falcon We just had a 46 Dodge truck, Fox body Mustangs, Camaros, you know, I mean, everything under the sun out here. It's a pretty cool deal. They're bringing the brooms out to sweep up the little parts that are out there. Oh, okay. Here's why this is an important deal. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. You know that for the last now 3 years, we have had a rule that everybody must have a containment device, right? You have a diaper, belly pan, whatever. The stuff that is on the racetrack right now, we are just told, is diaper material, which means that that thing ate itself up, tore something up, something went shooting out, and the diaper caught it. But, you know, a little bit of it was sacrificed to the horsepower gods. Well, we're using a broom to sweep it up. Instead of picking up oil and rods and pistons and chunks of block, etc., that would take a long time to clean up, instead, we're going to take a couple of minutes to sweep up some lint. That's way gooder than Earl. way gooder. While we've got this break, I want to give everybody an announcement. So Eddie Maloney is here, and he is on property and able to do chassis certs here this weekend. So if you have a chassis that is going to run out of cert soon and you would like to get it certed right here while you're already here, let us know. If you have another car in the trailer that needs a cert, let us know. He will be here all weekend long. So again, if you need a chassis cert, it can get done here this weekend. Eddie Maloney is here and ready to do it, and I will give you his phone number if you come up here in the tower, and you can contact him, and he'll get you your chassis cert done. So appreciate Eddie being here. That's a really, really cool service to have it here, so you don't need to haul your car anywhere or wait for a chassis cert day at your local racetrack. He will do your chassis certs right here in Vegas.
How handy is that? So again, we see the tractors leaving the race surface. Always a good sign. We're going to get back at it. 64 Falcon and a 57 Chevy. Pretty cool pair. Chris Schmidl from Live Oak, California, in the right lane behind the wheel of 57. And Matt Marin from Capay, California, behind the wheel of Ford, the Falcon. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. So Matt and the Falcon forced to pedal it a little bit, but he gets back on it and leads the way. All in all, not a bad looking run. Schmidl, our number 6 qualifier. Probably didn't get what he was looking for. But he'll get another crack at it today. Left side of the racetrack in the Camaro. Steve Godwin behind the wheel of his Nova. Those cars getting down the surface.
We already have a customer for a chassis cert. That's awesome. So again, if you're looking for a chassis cert, Eddie Maloney is here and he can do chassis certs on site. So if you need a renewal or a new cert, I've got a phone number up here for him and you guys can call him.
So I think Lyle Robertson in the right lane. Lost power, not making a run. Do not have a name for you for the driver in the left lane. Not yet on file. It's a blue Camaro, though, I can tell you that much.
When you aim it left, it will go left. That car was aimed left the entire time. He had we'll do a little dance, pedal it a little bit, bring it around.
So that's a good tip. I'll have to write that one down.
Yeah, I'm full of them. Or something, whatever.
So speaking of which, I recall a story told by Brian Loans about your safety checkout procedure on rental cars.
Oh, yes.
Is that
I actually failed that test this weekend. I was hungry, so we were in a hurry to leave the rental car place, and I honestly didn't go through my normal checklist. The very first thing when you start a rental car, and it doesn't work as well on new ones, unfortunately. The OEs have screwed up all the fun with rental cars, but the key is to place your right foot firmly on the accelerator pedal and then start it, right? Because, you first got to check whether the rev limiter works. Right?
Absolutely.
Now, I will tell you that I've been doing this for decades. New cars, you wood the thing and it'll rev up just for a second to like $3,000. They suck. Then it goes back to idle. They're no fun anymore. But Brian Loans, the voice of NHRA drag racing, is a scared little girl. Not gonna lie, he's a scared little girl. He, the first time that I showed him this test procedure, we got into a rental car. I don't even remember where we were, maybe Florida. Got in this rental car. This rental car was parked in the parking garage, and in front of us was a concrete wall. It was parked up against the concrete wall, and I got in the thing, and I started it up and had it to the wood, and it goes to about $6,000. And Brian Loans did everything but climb in the back seat, as he somehow thought we were going to drive through the concrete wall. I did not lift, but looked at him like, what the hell's wrong with you? And then laughed like a little girl. It was awesome. So yeah, Brian Loans scared the hell out of him. It's not the only time. We've had quite a few adventures in rental cars. I can tell you about several of them. I am on one no-rent list, unfortunately not for any of those fun things, but I don't know, maybe the statute of limitations is over. I may not be on the list anymore, but I'm a big fan of budget rental cars, so, now I love those people and they treat me right. So, but yeah, I did not, we got a Volkswagen Jetta rental car this weekend, and I did not test out the rev limiter. I'm sorry, I'm a complete slacker, and I'll have to make that up when we get in there to leave tonight. Yeah, maybe the Germans still let you rev them to the moon. I don't know. I can tell you that a Nissan Versa will run forever on the rev limiter, or the older ones. Regardless of what gear you choose, you can put it in whatever gear. It will stay in that gear and go down the freeway at 6,900 at like 63 miles an hour for hundreds of miles. It's awesome. Yeah, and as usual, have to make sure that the disclaimer is clear that the opinions and actions of Chad Reynolds in no way, shape, or form are the reflections, opinions, or positions of the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, Streetcar Supernationals, or the National Hot Rod Association. But if you want to have a good time, I'm your dude. Also, We picked up a couple Canadians that were walking to the racetrack this morning, and they gave me a 10-star review on Google. So, you know, and Uber and Lyft and all the things. Gave me a tip. It was about yellow snow or something, but whatever. They were thoughtful, so it was great. Also may or may not have done some fun stuff that involved a rental car and some ATF and a smoke show as well. But, you know, it's fine. It's fine. There were video cameras present that were not ours, unfortunately, on the side of a building, too. But that, again, beyond the statute of limitations, so we're all right. Team Toaster in the house in the left lane, the 65 Nova. Once again, not a representative of the National Hot Rod Association. It's maybe why. Maybe why. No, I quit them. They did not quit me. I promise you. Jimmy Hovey out of Paradise in the 68 Nova. So we got a 65 in the left lane, 68 in the right. Again, we are in Arizona Race Company, Real Steel. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85 and Pro Street, you're on standby. That's a good looking Nova. I'm watching on the Bang Shift live feed. I like the color. They're getting ready to do another burnout in that thing, I think. Oh no, sorry, there's another one behind it in the water box. I was like, what's going on here? Ooh. Hovey moves over to the right a little bit, then to the left, but right down Broadway. Nice lick. Toaster not gonna like that one. Roger Wiener. Wiener behind the wheel. The 71 Nova over there in the right lane out of Las Vegas. And Derek Arterberry out of North Las Vegas in the 90 Mustang, both in the water box, ready to smoke the hides. It does make me laugh when I have to give the disclaimer, mostly because those are like some of the most tame things I've ever done to a rental car. I will tell you that one of the things I would love to do in Days of Thunder, which we're going to talk about at two levels, in the Days of Thunder movie, Cole Trickle, Tom Cruise, and Rowdy Burns, can't remember that dude's name in real life, they had a fun race down the beach. Do you remember that? In a couple of rental cars. Tom Cruise was in a Monte Carlo. Rowdy Burns was in a Ford Taurus. And they absolutely destroyed them in a race to a meeting with NASCAR in the movie, and it was awesome. And nothing on earth would be more fun than to recreate that with a couple of 90s era rental cars. I think that'd be a good time. I think I could get some volunteers to ride with me in either of those cars. So if you'd like to see us recreate that video on bangshift.com, we're going to need, Foster says no, he's out. He's not riding with me. We're going to need to raise some funds, especially if we're going to try and do it on the actual beach like in Daytona. We're going to need some bail money. So if you'd like to sponsor this endeavor, you can reach me at chat@bangshift.com. We're going to need prepayment to make sure this goes out all right. Are you in, John? Are you in?
I am in.
Oh, I know we could have some fun.
So, not sure the shift happened over there in the right lane. Roger Wiener apparently sounded like he was spending some time on the rev limiter. High gear not available. Next pair cleaning off the tires, Andy Dodge in a Chevelle. And Stacy Gomez from Sparks, Nevada. Andy Dodge from Thousand Oaks, California. Now, if you went ahead and made some assumptions, But what kind of a car a guy named Andy Dodge would drive? Well, you were probably wrong. Because he's in a Chevrolet.
Nick Kincaid out of Glendale, Arizona in the 89 Mustang. That thing climbed the reindeer. Oh my God, that was awesome. We are watching it on the Bang Shift live feed, which is about 30 seconds behind because of the internet. And dude, I'm ready. Goes out there to 60 feet, stands up on the bumper, bounces back up again. He pedals it and rolls down the racetrack. That was awesome. Awesome. Real race cars leave with the wheels in the air. I said it, and I'm going to stick to it. So, Jeff Foster, if you can hear me right now, I need you to know that one of your best friends, Raleigh Miller, has said, I'm in for driving the second rental car on the beach. And I know, as sure as I am sitting here, that one of your other best friends, Kurt Johnson, who is currently prepping this racetrack, would be in to ride with me or Raleigh, because I know how dumb we all are, and I know that we will peer pressure you into riding in one. So we're gonna do a petition to get Jeff Foster in a rental car recreating the Days of Thunder rental car scene. Raleigh Miller, I love you. Thank you for sending me the text. Send Foster one and tell him he's a wimp, and he's got to do it. Matt DeYoung says, Jesus, Raleigh, come on, man. It's awesome. Jeff Bomya looking good. Dude, look at that. Luigi Calantoni could not get closer to the center line. That thing stood up. I don't think we've seen that 77 Corvette run yet until today. Dude, 598 cubic inch big block. That thing stood up bouncing around. Yeah, racetrack's not very good. Just saying.
The wheelies maybe weren't as high and as long, but they were plentiful.
I love you too, Jeff Foster. I love you too.
So I do need to correct myself a little bit. Yesterday we were talking about Acadians.
Yes.
The Chevy 2s.
Right.
And the Canzo is actually a trim package. I told you that it was very similar to the SS package on a Nova.
Right.
But it's actually the, much like the Nova was a trim package on a Chevy 2.
Right.
The Canzo is a trim package on an Acadian. The top of the line.
Breaking news.
Mike Rice. Mike Rice says, I'll drive, I'm not a good passenger. So what I'm hearing is that we're going to need to recreate this multiple times with multiple pairs of rental cars, which only makes this better. Only makes this better. Mike Rice, I love you a lot right now. You see?
Wow, Mike Orban just flies down the left-hand lane, A to B.
Raleigh Miller?
Second run.
Matt DeYoung is over my shoulder reading the text messages. This is what Foster sent, too. This is great. This is why Streetcar Super Nationals is awesome, because we can have fun. Dude, wheel stands aplenty. I mean, seriously, everywhere. Oh, God, folks, we're having fun in Las Vegas. We so appreciate all you guys. You guys have been doing a great job. Thanks for being patient as we've had a couple of slowdowns here, but you guys have been coming to the lanes when we call you and just doing a great job out here today. Thank you so much. Some great driving. Guys being safe and having fun. We really do appreciate it. So on behalf of myself and the entire staff, thank you so much for coming out and being a part of this with us and having fun with us and letting us joke around and have a good time. It really does mean the world to us. I'm not even looking at the chat bleachers because I was watching replays. Got all kinds of people encouraging Foster. Yes. GFR in the chat bleachers asking if there's any Opel GTs here. No, there are not. Brian Greenberg in the 68 Mustang leaves real good. David Holtgrew waiting to leave the starting line in that 67 Nova, but it goes A to B as well. Again, this is a no-time category. We have no indication up here of what they're running, the entire timing system. Like, the only people that know is the lady in the timing shack who cuts the time slips in half and hands each driver their own half. So other than the driver and the time slip lady who's handing it to them, nobody knows what they've run.
So Martinez in the left lane had that thing pointed every direction but straight during the burnout.
It's fine. It's fine. He's got it handled. He's wagging the dog a little bit. What? So, on one particular evening in Denton, Texas, North Star Dragway, used to be called Denton Dragway, I may or may not have been driving a certain 66 Bel Air station wagon, and I may or may not have wag the dog out there along the wall to clear the starting line a little bit with that wagon. May or may not have seen guys diving over said wall. It was awesome. Martinez goes out there and slows down. So does Kobe. Kobe out of Altaloma. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need the following racers to come to the second floor of the tower. If you're in the staging lanes or whatever, like getting ready to run, you do not need to come up right now. But as soon as is not going to keep you from going down the racetrack, I do need you to come up here. And that's going to be Nolan Brandt and Troy Hawker. Nolan Brandt and Troy Hawker. I need you to come to the tower and talk to Carrie. We need to get a clarification on your tech card and make sure that a couple of things are right before we go through the entire event and have something wrong. So Nolan Brandt and Troy Hawker, please come to the second floor of the tower and talk to Carrie.
So John Jacobs over there in the right lane getting backed out. Did the burnout. Looks like he dropped a little fluid. So they're backing him out. This should be a single now in the left lane. Hunter Williams.
Yep, and we told everybody we have the rule. Any fluid on the racetrack after you pull into the water box means you are going to lose that run. Attention in the pits. I need SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8-5 to lane 7 and 8, please. SMC Race Cars Outlaw 8-5. I need you to 7 and 8. Pro Street, you guys are on standby. Red Tide Triple Index, you're on standby. Hunter Williams. That thing sounded great. Goes A to B, Turbo LS combo in that 90 Mustang out of Hesperia. The high desert down there in SoCal. John Jacobs out of Meade, Colorado. Oh no. Yeah, John Jacobs out of Meade, Colorado in the 2013 Mustang going on down. The fluid on the racetrack was not his. Or on the starting line, I should say. So they got him cleaned up and ready to rock and roll, sending him down.
You can answer this question. Round one, pairings to lock. Couple more cars for you. Burnouts are done. Mike Silva and Jose Merde.
I went to high school with a Mike Silva. Mike had a bitchin' 68 Mustang fastback with a 390 and a 4-speed that just sat like $1,000,000. I loved that car. It was awesome. This Mike Silva out of Madera with a 70 Nova with a big block in it. And Jose Murda out of Albuquerque in the 2012 Mustang. Silva sounded good, but I swear he lifted at the 330. Jose not able to make it down the racetrack under power. Lifts almost immediately. He's cruising up to the top end. Jim DiMaggio out of Castro Valley, the land of the artichokes, in the 94 Mustang with a 559 cubic inch Pontiac under the hood. That's awesome. And Mike Keenan out of Albuquerque in the 02, well, it's supposed to be an 02 Camaro, but that looks like a 66 or 7 Nova to me. Dude, that thing went A to B in a hurry.
Absolutely did. Early in the run, looked like it was going to pick the front wheels way up there, but just kind of held them in place for a little bit and gently put them back down. It's exactly the way you want it to work.
Wheelie control at its finest. If you guys are watching at home and you're like, man, I've heard Chad say wheelie control a few times. By using a shock travel sensors up front, when the car sees that it has extended that shock sensor, to whatever distance you're saying. So let's just say that when the shock has traveled 4 inches or more, you want it to trigger wheelie control. Well, then you can control how quickly it pulls timing and how much timing it pulls for a certain distance of shock travel. So let's say you wanted wheelie control to activate at 3 inches of travel, and you wanted it to pull 1 degree for the first inch over 3, and 2 degrees for each inch after that. It will do that in order to kill some power and hopefully keep that nose from climbing any higher. Sometimes it works. Lots of times it works. But it can be fun to get it set up and working right. But the box to do that is absolutely a really fun bit of technology in classes like this.
So Chico Coleman with a nice lick down the left-hand side of the track. Looks like next up will be a single. In the right lane, Jeff Godwin from Littleton, Colorado in the Mustang.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro Street, please come down to 1 and 2. Pro Street to 1 and 2. Outlaw 8-5, you should be in 7 and 8. Outlaw 8-5, you should be in 7 and 8. Pro Street 1 and 2, come on down. Triple Index, you're on standby. Wow, stands are up in the air. I mean, Godwin went to the moon. That thing's slamming down to the ground, and he is slowly coming to a stop. The thing's kind of wiggling around. I really wish he would stop all the way, but hopefully everything's fine out there. We're going to check to make sure.
So that was like Sans wheelie control.
Yeah. However much he's pulling wasn't enough if he's got wheelie control on that thing. And if he does not, head on over there and visit our friends at Davis.
So it looks like that's going to do it for Arizona Race Company Wheel Street and take us into Red Tide Outlaw Small Tire.
Outlaw Small Tire is on the left 2 lanes. This is a not a radial class. These are a bias ply small slick. So this is for a 28 1050 tire. And
Cahill's 55 Chevy, also a very clean car.
oh yeah, very unassuming. We need a small tire. We can build one with no spoiler and, you know, nothing that will give away what the performance is. Cahill making it really big. Boyle having trouble at the start. Another no time category.
So next pair getting ready to go. Burnouts are done. Lance Niggy. The Casper, Wyoming, 67 Nova in the left lane. Gorgeous car. The line up beside Scott Bishke from Parowan, Utah. The little Mustang you see in the right lane.
Carnegie in that beautiful Chevy too. 67 model Nova. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Triple index, come on down. Triple index, come on down to 3 and 4. Triple index, this is your first call to the lanes to 3 and 4.
So that'll do it for Red Tide Outlaw Small Tire and take us into Super Index. $760, $860, $960. Take your pick. $871 to an $891. Buzz Nielsen getting there ahead of Troy Lind. So number one qualifier so far, Anthony Katnick for TK Performance Racing. 860 with a 0. So I don't think he's got any fear that anybody's going to take over that number one spot. You can't be perfect. Ted Mount and Brad Monroe out there. Monroe, right-hand lane, driving the Firebird out of Roy, Utah. He goes 9:12 at 147. He's got two choices. He can either speed it up or slow it down. Ted Mount, the left lane, 876, 149 miles an hour. Behind the wheel of his 69 Chevelle. Two more for you. Couple of Chevrolets. Dennis Thomas in the right lane. A ragtop 1968 Camaro. And we've got a Corvette in the left lane. Crystal Lunch from Bangor, California. 1963 Stingray. 584 cubic inches of big block Chevy between the frame rails.
Crystal had the biggest smile on her face in the staging lanes yesterday, strapped into this car. It is awesome to see her out here racing. And Dennis Thomas in that big tire Camaro convertible. I love that thing. Goes 944 to only 96 mile an hour, clearly slowing way down.
So he's climbing the hill, but I'm pretty sure I still see the brake lights. So it looks like he's going to be able to exit the track under his own power. Another pair putting themselves in the beams. Brent Wasson and Devin Jansen. Devin in the right lane out of Armstrong, BC in the 70 Nova.
Devin, one of our sponsors here on the live broadcast on bangshift.com. Might as well take this opportunity to thank D. Jansen Racing, as well as S&T Truck Repair, Raz Construction, Hayward Homes, and RPM Roll Bars, as well as Summit Racing Equipment, Gateway Classic Cars, Artex Racing, Titanium Auto Group, Holly Performance Parts, Molly Motorsport, and Redline Synthetic Oil. Thank you so much for all your support. It was. Yes. The Gateway guys, in case you couldn't hear it, up here thanking me profusely. I mean, no, stop throwing money at me. It's okay. I'll take payment in a Camaro. It's fine.
That's not what these dollar bills are for, Chad.
The Gateway Classic Cars guys out here having a great time this weekend. They have 20 showrooms around the country. The one here in Las Vegas is literally right down the street here on the Speedway property. It's open today until 5 and tomorrow as well until 5 p.m. if you want to go over there and check out the cool cars. They do have a display down here in the vendor midway and can talk to you about what they've got going on, all of their different programs. They have cars, trucks, and classics of all kinds. They are the largest classic car dealer in the world, and it's amazing. I went to one of their facilities years and years ago and understand that the new one there in the St. Louis area is considerably larger than when I went. Not only do they sell cool classic cars, but some of their showrooms are really, really trick looking, and you can actually hold special events there. So it's very fun. So you could get married there. You could get married there. And speaking of getting married, you could get married here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. I am an ordained legal to marry you guy, and I am happy to do it right here on the starting line at the Streetcar Super Nationals. So if anybody wants to get married this weekend, come hit us up. We'll figure out how to do it. Maybe with a couple of pro mods flying by on the starting line. It'd be awesome. So, yeah. And my record is good. 100% still married. Like all the years. Don't have a divorce. So I'm good. Like a good omen. I'm like Buddha. I mean, I look like it. You have to rub my belly the right direction, though. I'm just saying.
So we're ready to get back at it. Couple of Camaros. One a little newer than the other.
67 Camaro in the right lane of James Knight, 565 cubic inch big block Chevrolet for power. Pro Street, you should be in 1 and 2. Pro Street, you should be in 1 and 2. Triple Index, you should be in 3 and 4. Doug Carter in the 94 Camaro over there in the left lane. All right, gang. Big puff of smoke down there at the top end. We're going to go down there and check it out, obviously.
So still waiting for some official word, but I don't see any machinery out there on the race surface, so I'm thinking there's a good possibility we may have gotten away with one. So safety up there, attending to the car, getting it off the surface, and still I see no people, no equipment out there on the race surface. So once again, big shout out for the diapers and containment devices.
So we're getting word that that car blew the turbo off of it. And I don't mean blew the turbo up. I mean the turbo left the building. And they picked it up and put it in the truck. And there's no oil on the racetrack. None. We're back. Like, this is amazing. I love it.
How can that happen? So two buddies, a couple of mission regulars lined up beside each other now. Dale Jansen and John DeYoung, Artex Racing, one of our sponsors for this weekend's live feed. Thanks a lot, John. So John from Abbotsford, BC. It's about a half hour's drive from Mission Raceway Park. Dale Jansen, as already mentioned, also a regular at Mission, but he's from Armstrong, BC, so his ride's more like 4 or 5 hours to the track. In good traffic, I'd say. So Jansen turns it red by just 0.08 of a second, then goes 63 with a 5 on the 860 index. So he's right, just about right where he wants to be. John DeYoung issues on the run off the gas and coasting across the finish line at just 111 miles an hour. That'll bring up our next pair. Johnny West in the left lane, another Mission regular. From Port Alberni, BC, over on Vancouver Island. And Sam Montgomery. Atascadero, California. Little 63 Chevy 2 in the right lane. 768 for John West. 176 miles an hour. Montgomery, well, might be in the wrong index class here as he went 1070. Just 91 miles an hour, obviously off the gas and coasting. Dan Nicholson, left side of the racetrack in the very yellow 64 Malibu SS. trying to go 860. So Nicholson a little snoozy on the starting line. Then goes well under the 860. Oh, sorry. Looking at the wrong number there. Nowhere near the 860 with a 1029. And now Stacy Gomez. The blue Camaro you see in the left lane. Stacy out of Sparks, Nevada.
I like the third gen Camaro. Thing's cool.
Looking to go 860.
We're going to run Magna Fuel XDR next. And then SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85 before we get into Pro Street and Triple Index. Triple Index, you should be in 3 and 4. Pro Street, you should be in 1 and 2.
So we just saw our number one qualifier get pushed in front of the tower. Obviously, issues for Anthony Katnick and that Lordco Racing Dart. But as mentioned earlier, he's already got the number one spot tied up. You can't beat perfect.
Just a little heads up, folks. I've had a couple of people that are sending me messages about some of you folks that, you know, are being told to be in 2 lanes, and then you're in the lanes next to you with golf carts and what have you. And we're calling cars to every lane. There is no buffer lane in between you guys. So we're having cars like stack up in one lane versus the other, and some other stuff. So please make sure if you've got a tow vehicle, it needs to be in front of or behind the car that is racing, and that's it. So we need you to not be in other lanes so we can make sure we can fill them with other cars.
So here we go, first pair of Magna Fuel Extreme Drag Radial. Coming up in lanes 3 and 4. Derek Cooper and Rodney Bohannon make up our first pair. Bohannon out of Anaheim, California. The 1990 Mustang.
The land of Disney. Disneyland, Disneyland. Disneyland's the happiest place on earth, so they tell me. Red Tide Canopies Triple Index, you should be in 3 and 4. Pro Street, you should be in 1 and 2. A reminder, we want you to move over to the opposite lane that you ran the last time. So get paired up. Like, if you're, I don't want like 6 cars running in the left lane and then 6 cars running in the right lane like after. I want you guys pull up. Talk to each other. It's an easy thing. Open your mouth, words come out. Like, pair up together. Left lane guy and a right lane guy, get up there. Let's make that happen. Want to do as little amount of singles as humanly possible. Derek bumps it in. And they both leave good right there.
That was about 428, 176 miles an hour for Derek Cooper. That's good enough for the number 3 qualifying position.
Yeah, Rodney Bohannon down there in the number 6 with that 474 with a 5 at 156. Nothing wrong with that. Our next pair, Ron Odo in the left lane out of Lancaster in that 64 Nova. Who we got in the right lane there, John?
Craig Sparks from Galt, California. Little 69 Camaro.
I like it. God's favorite race car. Right there, 69 Camaro. He told me, I swear.
First gen Camaro against a first gen Nova.
Carrie's over here arguing with me, says 67. That's not true. Oh, Carrie says because it was the year she was born. I grew up with a 68 Z28 Camaro that my dad bought brand new, so I love a 67 and 8 as well. But wow, Galt destroying the tires over there in the right lane. Ron Odo going down Broadway, but left before the tree activated.
So Craig Sparks was pretty determined to make that thing hook up. Only problem is he had smoke pouring off the back tires.
Attention in the pits. All right, Brian Peterson, small tire. I need you guys to 7 and 8, please. Again, that was Holder's AC small tire that we are now calling Brian Peterson small tire. One of Holder's crew and supporters who recently passed away. So in his honor, we are calling it Brian Peterson small tire from here on out this weekend. So Brian Peterson small tire to 7 and 8. Small tire to 7 and 8, please. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, you guys are on standby. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, you're on standby. And Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, you are also on standby. We are going to call you soon.
So Johnny Coleman looking to make a pass up the left side of the racetrack. Just waiting for the all clear.
Coleman out of Lakewood in that 69 Camaro with leaf springs and Caltrax bars. On numerous occasions, that car has been the quickest and fastest leaf spring car in the country. It was fun because a few years ago, Lyle Barnett, who also had held the world's fastest leaf spring car record in the Tooth Jerker Dart, was actually out here in Southern California, and we were doing the 10K drag shootout. And Johnny's been a friend of mine for a few years, and we happened to run into Johnny, and we were all together, and Johnny and Lyle got to meet, and Lyle was like, "Oh my God, I've heard of you. I know your car. I just never have met you before." And it was pretty cool for the two of them to get to meet because they had never run at the same racetrack on the same weekend or anything. So it was pretty a neat deal. It was a cool thing. So this just simple, clean black Camaro is a beast, an absolute beast.
So Coleman getting himself backed up to the starting line. Currently qualified number one with 4:03.
Yeah, 403, 184 mile an hour. Here in MagnaFuel XDR. We got SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85 coming up next. Look at that. Rocking and rolling. Ladies and gentlemen, 398 with a 6, 180 mile an hour. Johnny Coleman stays number one, goes 398.6, 180 miles an hour on that run. That was awesome.
So moving right along here in the third round of qualifying for MagnaFuel Extreme Drag Radial. Just saw Johnny Coleman go 398 on Leaf Springs to further solidify his number one qualifying position. Peter Campbell going down the right-hand lane. Goes 5:32, 118 miles an hour, so off the gas and coasting at the finish line. It's going to bring us to another single left side of the racetrack. So this is going to be a licensing pass in the left lane by the looks of things. Don't have a name for you. So not sure if he's just starting the licensing process or at what point of which he's at. So we might see a full pull, we might see a short little squirt. So we'll make another call now. Brian Peterson, small tire, to lane 7 and 8. Class normally known as Holders AC small tire, for this weekend becomes Brian Peterson small tire. If you're not already there, please make your way to lane 7 and 8. Mike Orban, now coming up right-hand side of the racetrack. He's got the burnout done. Crew members backing him up. Orban out of Grass Valley, California. Currently our number 6 qualifier with a 4:49 at 159 miles an hour. Lights up the tires. Car looked like it made zero effort to grab a hold of that racetrack. Coast across the finish line at just 50 miles an hour. Once again, we'll make another call for Brian Peterson Small Tire, formerly known as Holders AC Small Tire. We need you guys in lanes 7 and 8, please. Lanes 7 and 8 for Brian Peterson Small Tire. Now we got a pair of cars. KJ Glennon, left side of your racetrack out of Salem, Oregon. In the Mustang. In the right-hand lane, we've got Sherry Castagno out of Ethel, Washington. And that 68 Camaro. Looking passes both sides of the racetrack. Glennon to the top first. With a 458. Sherry follows with a 492. Those two taking the top two spots on the qualifying sheet. Nice job. Absolutely loving the Duster. In the left lane, Dan Herman. Bonnie Lake, Washington. 1972 Duster, left side of your racetrack. Going to line up with Todd Brenton. Brenton from Prineville, Oregon. In that super clean Malibu. 1964. Herman's got the pre-stage bulb lit, patiently waiting. The Duster with traction issues. Does not get it hooked up. 518, 140 miles an hour for Todd Brennan. That's good for the number 5 spot. Two more for you. Mike Aldrich from Littleton, Colorado, coming up left side of the racetrack in the 09 Mustang. Currently our number 7 qualifier with a 578 pass. In the right lane, we've got Nick Zink. His 1980 Malibu. The G-Body from Stanton, California. Currently qualified number 8 with a 613. No traction for Nick. Mike Aldrich on a nice looking pass. How about 508, 141 miles an hour? That is a drastic improvement for Mike. Takes him from the number 7 qualifying position up to the number 5 qualifying spot. Nice hit. Another Ford Chevy matchup coming up here. got a 1965 Mustang. In the left lane, Bryant Wiltz from Anaheim, California. Darcy Laws from Casper, Wyoming. The 2000 Chevy S10 pickup truck. Does not work. Lights up the rear tires. Has to settle for a 691, 130 mile an hour pass. That's not going to work. Now a couple of Tims. Timmy Breeden, left side out of Enumclaw, Washington. LS powered Mustang in the left lane. And Tim Orello from La Crescenta, California, in the 67 Mustang. Did I say 67 Mustang? I think I did. It's a 67 Camaro. Morello just rolls in there and double bulbs them. Wrong there. So Orello already on the sheet with a 642, good enough for the number 9 spot. Breeden already on the sheet in the number 7 position with a 578. So obviously neither car improving there. So that's going to do it for SMC Race Cars Outlaw 85, and with that we're going to roll into Pro Street for their third time trial of the weekend. Once again, just want to say hello to everybody tuned in on bangshift.com. We're thrilled to have you with us today. And for that live feed, we've got some sponsors to thank. I want to thank Holly, Molly Motorsports, Artex Racing, bangshift.com, Gateway Classic Cars, Titanium Auto Group, and Redline Oil. Here we go with Pro Street. So, first pair. It's going to be John Garafola and John Kravchuk. Sure, I'm butchering that name a little bit. My apologies. So a couple of Johns. John in the left lane from Fernley, Nevada, behind the wheel of the 68 Camaro. Hey, attention in the pits. Listen up in the pits there, people. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. This is your call to staging lanes. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Once again, Pro Mod to lanes 3 and 4. We're also going to make the call for Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Mustang Madness, we need you guys in lanes 1 and 2. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. This is your call to staging lanes 1 and 2. So again, we need Pro Mod to lanes 3 and 4. We need Mustang Madness to lanes 1 and 2. Chris Gregory. And Jackie Sloan will make up our next pair. Both cars now got the burnouts done. They'll get themselves backed up. A little Ford versus Chevy action coming at you. Jackie Sloan coming up in the right lane from Milan, Michigan. 1969 Camaro. Chris Gregory in the left lane behind the wheel of his 64 Falcon. Chris out of Alberta, California. So if we go back to the early years of this event, Pro Street was absolutely the feature class. Well, looks like both teams ready to stage the cars. Gregory pre-staged in the left lane. Now both pre-stage lights are on. Gregory's in. Fourth ball is in. Look at Sloan. Straight down the middle. Nice looking pass there in the right lane for Jackie Sloan. Chris Gregory with a less than stellar effort. I do believe we've got our fifth and final Pro Street entry here in time trial number 3. David Clark out of Idaho Falls, Idaho. So again, we want to make another call for Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Precision Turbo Pro Mod to lanes 3 and 4. And Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. You guys are in lanes 1 and 2. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. So David Clark with a nice looking pass, left side of the racetrack. Nothing wrong with that. So that's going to do it for Pro Street. Take us to Red Tide Canopies Triple Index. So very similar to the Super Index class, only with different indexes. 1060, 1160, or 1260. 10 wins from Henderson, Nevada. And the 2022 Mustang GT that you see in the left lane. And line up beside Kelly Ayler. Ayler from Maricopa, Arizona. The 2018 Chevy Camaro ZL1, or ZL1, sorry. Forgetting where I am here. I said Z instead of Z.
Yeah, you know, I have friends in Michigan that say Z too, and I'm like, what are you doing? You're not in Canada. And they're like, yeah, we kind of are. We kind of are.
You know, as a Canadian, I'll just concede that one. Z is the proper way to say that.
Hey, it's fine. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. All you guys in the Great White North, you're fine. You're fun. We have a good time. You have good beer.
Yes, we do.
You also have some other really yummy food things. Like you have these things are like Cheetos but cheesies. They're like Cheetos but better.
Yes.
And well, also because Canada has laws against eating things that are not like real food. So you have things that are better. It turns out that you guys don't have Skippy peanut butter, you have Kraft peanut butter, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and Kraft peanut butter in Canada is not the same as peanut butter in America. My Canadian friends have sent me large tubs of the Kraft peanut butter. It's amazing. It's not as sweet. It's like, oh, dude, you guys have good stuff in Canada. And you also have animals that will eat you in the winter. So whatever, but everything can't be perfect.
But you know what we don't have? Is a hurricane season.
That's because your government doesn't have the machine that apparently half the people in the United States think ours does. Come on, people, seriously. But yeah, that's it. Yeah, hurricanes are dumb. Nobody should want those. Not at all. Do you have tornadoes anywhere in Canada?
Well, it can happen.
Okay, but it's rare.
Yes.
Yeah, see, I live in Texas.
And hurricanes can happen too, but they certainly don't happen anywhere near enough where we would actually designate a season for them.
Correct, because you only get them when they accidentally happen to make it all the way up there and hit the edge of you somewhere.
We get the ones that are severely lost.
Yes, that's it. I don't know where the hell that hurricane came from, but it got lost on the way to somewhere, and it ended up in...
So a couple of Falcons out there now. Kelly McLaren, left lane, and Brenda Biscay in the right lane. Both of them going under the target just a little bit.
Attention in the pits. I have a racer in need. Kelly Henry needs a Pro Torque bolt-together torque converter O-ring. So if you have an O-ring for a bolt-together torque converter, Kelly Henry with the black GT needs one. So help him out.
Well, quick question for you. Round one, Fox and Hilltop.
So that was Mark Dowling and Luther Waters. Both of them a little slow on the target number. Another pair now, Dave Trammell. Little 63 Chevy 2 you see in the right lane. Trying to go 1060. I have no idea who we have in the left lane. It's a clutch car though, you can see that much.
Just a heads up, Precision Turbo Pro Mod, you're on standby. We're going to call you. Oh, nice. Precision Turbo Pro Mod, disregard. Come on down. To 3 and 4, Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Come on down to 3 and 4. Just pull in behind Super Index and follow them to the front of the lanes.
Now Caleb Shepard and Karen Mohoff from Kingman, Arizona. The 2018 Camaro leads the way down the track, trying to go 1060. Shepard in the left lane's trying to go 1160. Who gets closer? Shepard. 1144, a little quick. Mohoff comes up 1116 on the 1060 target. Couple of white cars now. John Kindred and John Emeterio. Couple of Johns. Emeterio in the in the right lane out of Henderson, Nevada. So he's a local guy. Obviously, this would be his home track. And Kindred, some kind of malfunction down there on the starting line, could not keep it in the beams, not going to get any numbers. How about 1062? That'll definitely work. John Emeterio, 1062 at 132 miles an hour. For the number 2 qualifying spot. If you want to grab the number 1 spot, you got to do better than 60 with a 6. Now Corey Harris and Cameron Hollis. Hollis from Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Kind of proud of myself right now because my screen just says LHC, Arizona. I figured that out all by myself. Corey Harris, left side, behind the wheel of Malibu, turns it way red, and then gets nowhere near the 1160 index he was looking for. Hollis was pretty close, 1052. Two more for you. 64 Falcon in the right lane. You know, there's a lot of 64 Falcons on the property this weekend. James Taggart out of Winlock, Washington. Says it's got a 289 under the hood. I'm thinking there's got to be more than that. 1160 his choice. Joe Vlacity. Nice clean 55 Chevy. Out of Glendale, Arizona, trying to go 1060. He's a little slow, goes 1077. James Taggart well under the 1160 target with an 1121. Now Ryan Edwards and Paul Wolf. Wolf in the right lane, wheeling a Mustang. Wolf out of Hemet, California. Left side, behind the wheel of the Nova, is Ryan Edwards out of Chandler, Arizona. So we'll make a repeat call. Listen up in the pits. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. Precision Turbo Pro Mod. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. We need you guys in lanes 1 and 2. So Ryan Edwards goes 1061 with a 0. Paul Wolf under by just 7 thou, 1059 with a 3. Now Clint Clausen. GT. Clint out of Buckeye, Arizona, trying to go 1260 in the poncho. Goes 1241, a little on the quick side. Real good. Was in the right lane at a Surprise, Arizona. He goes 1054 at 127. Now Brandon Gant. From Glendale, Arizona, a 1977 Dodge Aspen. Well, that's what my screen says, but when I look down there, I see a dart. How about 1061 with a 2? Not bad, not bad. Carl Brown, right lane, driving that 2024 Corvette. Coasts across the finish line at just 67 miles an hour. 1398, not really anywhere near where he needs to be. 40 cars on the sheet. Dwayne Lyle, Madison Boardman. Madison, in the right lane, 85 Mustang. Lyle. A nice new Camaro. My screen tells me 64 Nova, but I'm not buying it. Goes 1048 on the 1060 index. Boardman coasts across the finish line, doing just 87 miles an hour. Doesn't really come anywhere near the 1060 that was the goal. Two more for you. Craig Shell and Orlando Williams. Williams, right lane. The G-Body Monte Carlo, 1987. 400 cubic inch small block Chevy. Craig Shell, left lane. Behind the wheel is GTO. Goes 062 on the tree at the finish line. 1070 with a 5. Orlando Williams had issues right off the get-go. Comes to a stop just before the 330-foot cone. So he's going to need a little hand getting off the race surface. So by the sounds of things, we have a minor amount of fluid. From what I'm hearing, I believe it's just water on the starting line, so that is great news. So they're going to push them off the groove for starters. Then I can only assume they're going to send a quad out there or something to tow them out of the way. So we'll just throw the reminder out there again. Any effort you can make would be drastically appreciated on looking your car over before you come to the lanes. We've all got a little time on our hands. Check the belts, check the hoses, check all the fittings, check anything that transfers fluid. So the rescue quad has arrived. By the looks of things, they're just swapping the push bar over to the other side. They'll get him pushed out of the way. So we certainly appreciate everybody's patience during these delays. While you could argue that some of them are technically avoidable, we'd like to think everybody is making the effort to avoid these, so it is what it is. So certainly grateful to the following companies for sponsoring this weekend's live feed: Hayward Homes, Raz Construction, S&T Truck Repair, Jansen Racing, RPM Roll Bars, along with Holly, Molly Motorsports, R-Tech Racing, Bangshift.com, Gateway Classic Cars, Titanium Auto Group, and Redline Racing Oil. So they are pushing the Monte Carlo up the hill. I do believe they have opened the gate to get them off at the first turnoff. So I'm well aware that for many here this weekend, this is your home track. It's where you race all the time, but conversely, there's a whole bunch of us here that don't race here all the time. And if it's your first time racing at this facility, something you're going to notice really quick is this place has one long shutdown area. And it's uphill too. For many cars that would absolutely require pulling the chutes in order to get stopped, it becomes an option here. And I know for myself in my slow stuff, racing 8th mile in Super Pro, get out of the gas at the finish line, then I get back on the gas to actually make it to the turnoff. So we're going to get back to the action with a couple of Novas. 72 to 63. Frank DeSouza from Santa Clara, California, 63 Nova in the right lane. Chris Berger, also from California, from Madera, in his 1972 Nova, left side of the racetrack. Both guys trying to go 1060. Both cars leave well. Berger hits the tree. 0-12 reaction time. Then 1064 with a 2. Not bad. DeSouza goes 1067 with a 9. Driving a 65 Mustang goes 0-19 on the tree at the finish line. He's 1064 on the 1060 index. Shane Richmeyer, right here in Las Vegas, Nevada, driving that 72 Datsun. He's trying to go 1260. Winds up going 13-13 at 99 miles an hour. Now Mike Dye from Paso Robles, California, 1965 GTO that you see in the right-hand lane. Jeff Dye, Escudero, California, in the left lane. Both cars trying to go 1060. Left lane goes 1065, right lane goes 1082. That'll bring up Greg Dreyer from Bakersfield, California. He'll line up beside Julian Martinez from Manila, California. Behind the wheel of the Camaro. So 2 more for you. Putting the cars in the beams. John Derry and David Welker. Welker, right lane at Glendale, Arizona. Derry in the left lane from Menifee, California. In a Mustang. Camaro there well ahead. Goes 10:05 on the 1060 index. Off the gas, down to 96 miles an hour. Off the gas and on the brakes by the looks of it. John Derry gives up on the run, coasts across the finish line at just 44 miles an hour, puts a 2181 up there on the leaderboard. And I do believe that that is going to do it for Red Tide Canopies Triple Index, and that's going to take us into Brian Peterson Small Tire.
Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness, you should be in 1 and 2. Pro Mod, you should be in 3 and 4. I need SMC Race Cars Pro 275 to 7 and 8. Pro 275, you can come on down to 7 and 8. Pro 275, come on down to 7 and 8. Limited Small Tire, you're on standby. Calvert Racing No Box, you're also on standby. Okay. Ready.
Well, Chad just put me on standby, so I'm going to duck out for a little while. Hey, listen up, Mike Eames This is your order to start driving. Mike Ames, we need you to start driving.
He's disappointed he's not here.
Yeah, you're a slacker, Mike Eames. It ain't that far. We know. I know where you live. Come on. You're afraid. You're afraid to be here right now. Just saying.
Chad, I'm going to leave it with you for a while. I will be back up here at some point.
Yeah, John, I would tell you should stay here and I'll just drive the S10, but let's just say I would be adding a little more ballast than you, and I'm not sure that'd be the best for ET. I mean, I'm just saying. But I am going to be cheering you on, my friend. So thank you so much for coming up again and hanging out. It was fun. I appreciate it. Yesterday was a good time, too. So good luck. I want you to win it all, dude. I want you down there with the big check. I'll be standing right next to you. It'll be awesome.
Sounds good. I like that plan. Thanks, Chad. And like I said, I'll be back. We're not done yet.
Gang. Lyle Robertson and Luigi Calantoni going down the racetrack side by side. Robertson gets a little close to the wall down there past the finish line. As we're running Brian Peterson, small tire right now. And then we're going to go into Precision Turbo Pro Mod. SMC Race Cars Pro 275. You guys can come to 7 and 8 and just follow the Brian Peterson small tire cars till you get to the front of the lanes and then hold there. So Pro 275, come on down to 7 and 8. Limited small tire and no box. You guys are on standby. We're going to be calling you guys here pretty soon. West Coast Bikes, you guys are also on standby. Oh, okay. spinning the wheels over there in the left lane, Mark Maring out of Albuquerque in that '07 Shelby. Alessandro Maloney in that '94 Mustang also making a good lick. And now we've got Israel Valenzuela in the square body S10. And Team Toaster, Jamie Voorhees over there in the right lane out of Simi Valley, California. Israel, man, that thing just went on down. But Toaster, last run, he left the starting line and that thing went out there and died. And I think it just did the same thing again. Very uncharacteristic of those guys. Oh, he got it to fire up and he's driving it off the racetrack, but that is not the norm for that Team Toaster. Hopefully they can figure out what it is they've got going on in that thing. I don't know if they've got some electrical issue and it's shutting off or what. Gary Geeson out of Escondido in that 65 Buick Skylark clearly got a hold of the Canadians with the welder and got the headers fixed on that thing. That is awesome. Really appreciate you guys helping each other out. Again, big thank you to everybody that's out here this weekend. If there's anything we can do to make this event even better, don't hesitate to come up here and let me know up here in the tower. We'll do whatever we can to make sure you guys are having fun and that the event is everything it can be for you and everybody else. So again, if you guys have any issues, come on up. Let us know. We're more than happy to help out and make the event even better. We've got over 500 entries. And just amazing drag racing. We really do appreciate all of you guys being here. People have traveled from near and far for Streetcar Super Nationals 20, and it is awesome to see. The tires, that's all that newfound horsepower from the repaired headers. Still makes it down the racetrack. Sean Letson in the 87 Mustang having issues and having to get back in it. That would have been a close drag race if they were pedaling it out there on the racetrack. Now we've got Jeff Whitworth out of Nanaimo, British Columbia. I know I'm butchering that, but Nanaimo, or Nanaimo, one or the other. The 88 Mustang, and Eric Outland out of LA in the 2014 Camaro. Going to be our next pair. Wow, Whitworth leaves like a rocket flying down the racetrack. Outland having issues. Man, Whitworth gonna love that one, I bet. Eric Aldrich in the 72 Maverick over there in the right lane, and Nick Johnson in the 97 Firehawk over here in the left lane. Eric Aldrich out of Oceanside having issues in the Maverick, but Nick Johnson motors right on down. Leaves hard, goes down there, slows down just a little bit. Brad Arbach was a little soft leaving the starting line, but really motored through the finish down there. All right, here we go. Tom Kissling out of Pahrump over there in the left lane, a 95 Mustang, and Anthony Dodge out of Thousand Oaks in the 89. Wheel stand, goes out there and pedals it, almost gets there first. Tom Kissling, that thing stood up, slammed down, gets in the throttle, it stands back up, he pedals it in the air, it sets down gentle and rolls right on through the finish line. Leanne Yee in the 81 Mustang, getting ready to make her hit. We've got a few more to run before we start rolling our pro mods forward as well. George Ragosa. Ragosa out of Orland in that little Nova. All right, Leanne got off the top end of the racetrack. Wasn't sure right there if Leanne was going to make it around the corner, but she did. So Ray going to get in there as he lights the top bulb. Nice run for George Ragosa in that 68 Nova. That car moving. You can see his separation in that thing as it went down the racetrack. He goes through the finish line, chops the throttle, and the back of that thing just drops about 6 inches. Radial tire cars having completely screwed up suspension systems on the back of them. Upside down 4 links that make this crazy separation. They look like a stink bug going down the racetrack. All in order to push the rear tire into the ground as hard as possible. A completely different setup than you would on a bias ply slick. Man, do they move. Derek Cooper out of Bowling Green, Kentucky in the Ford-powered 94 Mustang Cobra. Derek goes right down Broadway as well. That thing looked like it was flying down there. Jim DiMaggio out of Castro Valley, as I said, the artichoke capital over there. All having to pedal it down there. Sorry, I'm lying to you. I said Castro Valley was the artichoke capital, but I meant Castroville was. I was getting my Castros mixed up. Castro Valley still cool. On the east side of the San Francisco Bay. Just north of Hayward, south of Oakland. Basically halfway between Fremont and Oakland. David Holtgrew out of Lakewood. As we have our pro mods rolling out of the staging lanes and coming around the back of the tower. Holtgrew throwing it all at it, and it spins the tires immediately. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Precision Turbo Pro Modified. Pro Modified. We got Garrett Richards out of Tacoma in the 2012 Shelby over here in the right lane. And Nick Duda in that small block Chevrolet powered 63 Corvette out of Langley, British Columbia, Canada. You know, Canadians kind of, rock to the beat of a different drummer. So only Canadians like, man, I got a bad small block Corvette. I'm gonna run it in Pro Mod. And he is. Not this thing is cool. As Richards does his burnout, and here comes the Corvette with a beautiful smoky burnout. I'll do my Tucci impression later. Duda is currently qualified number 6 with a 401 with a 2 at 190 mile an hour. Garrett Richards qualified number 2 with a 382.4. We've got 17 Pro Modifieds on the property, and the small block is qualified number 6 right now. That's awesome. Limited small tire and Calvert Racing no box. You guys are on standby. We're going to call you guys shortly. Frankie Racing Solutions. Limited small tire and Calvert Racing no box. You guys are on standby. The tires, but Garrett Richards goes 388.8, 193.9 mile an hour, stays in the number 2 spot. That thing is a bracket car. He has made 2 runs, slightly slower than his number 2 qualifier, but still quicker than the number 3 qualifier. That thing is ready to rock. Remember, folks, if you are not with the race car that is in the water box, you don't have any need to be out on the starting line, with the exception of one crew chief who will be guiding them into the water. Mrs. Hershey has entered the building. The important Hershey is here. The party can begin now. We pre-partied a little bit. I mean, just a little though. Just getting ourselves limbered up. All right, gang. John Dickinson coming up in the right lane in the orange 68 Camaro. Pete Harder coming up in the left lane in the orange 68 Camaro. Dickinson out of Bonnie Lake, Washington. Winkler, Manitoba is Pete Harder's hometown. Manitoba is like the part of Canada that's like right in the middle of, like if you go straight up the middle of the United States and over the border, like up there is Manitoba-ish. Like Manitoba is the middle of nowhere. It's like the moose capital of the world or something. I don't know. So Pete Harder, John Dickinson, Manitoba versus Washington, the Battle of Orange 68 Camaros. Something is right in the world when you have two orange Camaros. John Dickinson's crew waving the doors open and closed on that thing so hard the car was shaking back and forth. Not one molecule of smoke came out of it, just saying. All right, here we go. They leave together, pedaling it in the right lane. Pete Harder goes all the way down 424 with a 6,169. Dickinson 429.9 at 180 has him in the number 11 spot. That 1005 at 117 not going to help him out at all. But Harder goes right up there. All right, Rick Barnhart out of High River somewhere. High River sounds like it must be Montana or Canada or Wyoming or Utah or something. I don't know. He didn't put a state. I'm going to make it up. It's High River, Wyoming. Sounds like a destination on like Yellowstone or something. And Mike Labatt. Labatt over there in that 68 Firebird. That 71 Mach 1 Mustang over there in the right lane. Barnhart's car, he comes around the corner and under the arch, and half of the people in the tower are like, look at that Mach 1. Thing is unique. Not the Pro Mod body we're used to seeing. It's cool. That's why he made, Jason Gibson is telling me it is High River, Alberta, Canada. I was just about to say, weird body style means it could be Canadian. And it is. There you go. Thanks, Jason Gibson. Labatt leaves hard, 949 to 60, and he goes 368 with a 209 mile an hour to take the number 1 spot. Mike Labatt, throwing down a number. The number 2 qualifier is Durden with a 382. Goes 368.9, 209. Barnhart having issues over there, leaves way late. That's okay, doesn't change the ET. Currently in the number 11 spot, 420 with a 5, 158. Doug Reister out of Victoria, Texas. In the 68 Camaro in the left lane, 959 cubic inches of nitrous huffing big block. And Ryan Hayward out of Marysville, Washington in the 2010 Challenger over here in the right lane. Running the thing on the limiter in the water. Doug, no stranger to going fast or winning races. 959 cubic inches sounds like you're firing off 8 cannons. Boom, 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 boom. It's awesome. I guess that was 7 cannons, but you got the point. All right, here we go. Both of them are pre-staged. Reister is all the way in. Hayward building boost. And they leave together. Hayward's got the wheels up, not going to work for him. Doug goes down 950 to 60 foot, goes 393.7 at 191. Not going to improve on his number 5 spot with a 392.5 at 193. According to Ed Thornton, that's Mike Labatt's quickest and fastest run ever. That 368.9. First time those guys have cracked the 360s. That's awesome. Here at Streetcar Super Nationals. All you guys that are up there in the grandstands, love you guys. Appreciate you being here. Make sure you check out the Streetcar Super Nationals merch trailer. You can buy hoodies and hats and t-shirts, oh my. They also have some women and children specific designs, so you can head on over there and check those out. Now we've got a pair of 69 Camaros. Art Raz in the right lane out of Ridgefield, Washington. Oh, I think Art's a 68 actually. And Pete Battaglia in the 69 over there. He blipped the throttle to start the burnout. Has a problem. Either popped the blower or lost a belt, my guess. On the burnout. It's no bueno. Hopefully nothing else hurt. That's all right. Battaglia's gang will be able to put that thing back together. And be ready to roll as they are number 6 qualifier right now with a 396 at 182 miles an hour. Art Raz getting a single run. Raz Construction, one of our live broadcast sponsors here on bangshift.com. Oh. Yeah, baby. Good job, Raz Constructions. Art Raz, I know that was the run that team needed. That thing wiggled around just a little bit down there, but Art brought it right back to the middle. I know that they've been struggling a little bit. That is awesome. 404 with a 3,189 puts him in the number 8 spot. Art Raz, all you guys in that team, that's a great job. I know you guys work really hard to get him comfortable in that car with all that new combo and everything else. That is a good run. I love it. Glad to see it. Thank you again for all the support. Oh, and I didn't realize Art's running on a 10.5 as well. So that's cool. Good job, Art. John Durden. Was your number 1 qualifier this round, now in the number 2 spot. And Eric K. out of Winters, California, in that 2017 Corvette, is currently in the number 16 spot. What's up, Bubba? Years. 58 years. That is how many years are between these two body styles of Corvette. 59 in the right, 2017 in the left. Bad Brad Personette on the starting line. Eric K. trying to put in a run. This is his final qualifying run. Leaves the starting line right down the middle of sashaying a little bit. Goes through the lights, 385 with a 3, no improvement. Durden's going to stay number 2 unless somebody can run a 368.8 or better. Mike Labatt is right now in the catbird seat as he's got a 10th and a half over John Durden in that Firebird. Shane Molinari. Molinari coming up in the left lane. Rick Snavely in the right. Snavely currently qualified in the number 9 spot with a 4.093. He's had multiple issues going down the racetrack, but we know that Snavely can go considerably quicker than that 409. Shane Molinari coming up in that Firebird. This thing keeps shutting off. Fires right back up like a rental car. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Frankie Racing Solutions, limited small tire 1 and 2, limited small tire 1 and 2. Calvert Racing, no box. I need you to 3 and 4. Calvert Racing, no box. I need you to 3 and 4, please. Limited small tire to 1 and 2, no box to 3 and 4, please. Molinari knows how to go fast. They've been fighting some gremlins. They just got here today, only going to get 2 hits. Starting line, and here goes Snavely. Snavely leaving soft. That thing's moving around. He's pedaling it. Man, that car just wants to go every which way but straight. Goes 466, 124. Not going to help him out at all. Shane Molinari. That crew not going to be happy about that. Coming up in the right lane, another one of those Firebirds, Eric Horvath. Horvath out of Kelowna, British Columbia. 521 cubic inches of Hemi under the hood. Currently qualified number 17 on the outside looking in with a 598.6 at only 87 mile an hour. Horvath needs to get well into the 4-second range in order to make sure he's going to make it into this deal. Out of British Columbia, Canada. Eric pulling up to the starting line, likes the pre-stage. Building boost, bumps it in, and leaves. Things trying to get up on the tire. Wow, all over the place. Stop driving it, please. 495 at 116. Not where they want to be. But right now, it has them in the number 16 spot with Eric K. on the outside looking in. Tom Katnick. Which I realize is not the exact way you pronounce his name. But I understand it requires you to like buy a vowel and like do some things, and I've never heard the actual version, so I just don't know. Out of Maple Ridge, British Columbia, Canada, 68 Camaro. I don't know if you guys can tell, but when you see the sun hit this thing just right, this thing has a bunch of heavy metal flake in it, and it is cool. I need limited small tire to 1 and 2, no box to 3 and 4. Once 3 and 4 are full, you can go to 5 and 6. We've got folks at the back of the lanes to help you do that. And he goes 4:17.4 at 180, and that puts Katnick in the number 11 spot. And now we've got Philip Koch and Jeff Rates. Rates in that beautiful 67 Camaro, and Koch in the 67 Mustang, and Koch in the 89 Mustang. As we move from Precision Turbo Pro Mod to Morrow Brothers Ford Mustang Madness. Limited small tire, you should be in 1 and 2. Calvert Racing no box, you should be in 3 and 4 till it gets to the end of the lanes, and then go to 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. West Coast Bikes and Open Comp, you guys are on standby. West Coast Bikes and Open Comp, you guys are on standby. Big wheel stand for the Mustang in the right lane. He goes 9:36 at 1:15. George Hull over there in the left lane goes 12:17 at 116. Wow. I think something broke over there in the right lane. It's Jonas De La Cruz out of West Valley City, Utah in the 73 Mach 1. That thing broke the drive shaft, I believe. Justin Keller out of Sun City, Arizona in the 91 Mustang goes 12:54 to 110.
All right. I am now officially at the wheelchair.
Hold on. Gage the intern has entered the announcer's booth. Ladies, just giving you word that Gage the intern is now up in the announcer's booth. He is here and ready.
Hell yeah.
For your selfies. If you guys want selfies with Gage the intern, he will turn bright red when you come up here and ask for a picture with him, but he will gladly stand there and take photos with you, so come on up. Gage the intern, how you doing, brother? You've been running the computer, but now the one, the only, the queen of computerism, Mrs. Hershey, is in the house.
Absolutely.
And so that means you get to hang out up here. Actually, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You have the misfortune of hanging out up here.
Thanks, guys.
Can I go back over there to the computer?
I just want to tuck away and crawl.
I know, I want to nap. Is that so loud?
Well, that's what the interns do. They nap.
Right? That's true.
That's what the interns are built for.
You knew when you signed up this is an unpaid internship, right?
I know.
Okay, gotcha.
And I've been told many times I'm not getting that promotion.
Not that promotion, no.
I'm not getting that
You will be
promotion.
Gage the intern until me and Nate Hershey are dead and in the ground.
I would be an intern when I'm your age.
Yes.
So that's how long it's
I
going to be.
believe you just called me old without calling me old. How do you know you're old without saying you're old? Gage handled it for me.
Starts turning gray instead of the beautiful blonde.
Oh, dude, my beard was bright red, and then my kids ruined it. And it started with like 2 light gray racing stripes, right? Looked cool. I was like a Hugger Orange Camaro, dude. It was rad. And then my kids just got worse and worse. I mean, I love them because I own them, but my God, dude, they turned it all gray. All gray. Kids, man. Kids. But hey, we're running. We're happy. We got, what are we in Mustang Madness right now still? We got Eric Meisner. Head along, goes 17 on the tree. Cal Gordon and Hesperia goes 33 on the tree in the left lane. What a great group of cars, dude.
It's absolutely amazing. This is like my 3rd year working at street cars, and the amount of new cars I'm seeing this year is like unbelievable. It's like amazing. Thank you, racers, for coming out to this. This is great.
It is.
Especially on the 20th anniversary of Streetcar Super Nationals. I mean, it's been a while coming. 20 years is 20 years, but we are so glad each and every one of you are out here spending time with us.
And we've said it before, we had a couple of rough years and made some changes to the event from a schedule perspective and a containment perspective, and man, it has really streamlined this thing, made the pace so much faster, and we know we had to earn your trust, you know, and we know that the car count was down a little bit the last 2 years, but man, we had 497 entries last night when we stopped running. We've got like 514 or something like that right now. We have 17 pro mods on the property. Like, dude, there's never been a better time to be at Streetcar Super Nationals. And like Gage says, seriously, folks, we really, really appreciate you guys being here. It's fun. It makes it more fun for us. Seeing all the smiles on your faces when I walk through the staging lanes. It's cool, dude. It's way cool. And Gage, I know you get to see fun racing here all the time. I'm lucky I get to travel around to races all over the country, but I don't know, it feels like the perfect storm this year, right? Because Bang Shift back doing the live stream, and it was, you know, a sort of last minute deal, but, you know, Mel and I were committed to try and make it happen, and because of great sponsors, we were able to do so, and it's like icing on the cake, man. This is just, it's sort of surreal. What a great year.
I know, because like Bang Shift it's so great that Bang Shift's on here for free, because normally there's like big races all over the country, and guys like you guys at Bang Shift are the reason why we keep watching this kind of stuff, and it means the world that you guys still put this out there for people that could not attend, you know, unfortunately in person, but you can still see the magic that's going on out here. And when I saw 16 Pro Mod cars roll out from behind the arch, it absolutely tickled me to death, because I just knew that we're going to have the 16 baddest Pro Mods on property just battle it out all weekend long. And how about that 368, dude?
Dude, Labatt just absolutely throwing down. It was great. And I'm with you. I mean, seeing that many pro mods again here at Streetcar Super Nationals is awesome. And it's not just pro mods, dude. The real steel category, I mean, it's got like 755 cars in it. I don't know how many, but it's so rad. All steel, all glass. Such neat classes. It's really been fun. You know, we streamed this race for many, many years. It's near and dear to my heart. You guys know I'm a West Coaster originally. I live in Dallas now, but you know, Southern California and Northern California will always be home for me. This will always be one of those racetracks that I just love coming back to, and to be here announcing it and be fortunate enough to have great people like Les Mayhew and Neil Sabo working with me to run the live stream while we're here is just great. And again, we couldn't do it without the great sponsors, and there'd be no reason to be here without all you great racers. So really, thank you so much to you guys, and you're coming to the lanes when we call you, and man, most of you guys have big smiles on your faces, and we're telling stories, and it's just fun. It's really fun, and I hope everybody understands that. I hope you guys feel that, everybody that's watching outside, and man, make it your destination. We're doing everything we can to make sure Streetcar Super Nationals is the weekend before Thanksgiving from here on out. We changed it once because we had to, but the reality is this is when it's supposed to be, and we want you guys to come out next year. Bring a car, just bring the family, come have fun, and hang out with us, because there are amazing people and amazing racers here at the Strip at Las Vegas Motor Speedway this weekend for what is one of the baddest car races in the country.
And plus, one of the more beautiful things about Streetcar is that when you see this and you say bring your family out and maybe race yourself, we got a ton of categories that you can choose from. I mean, we got categories from big tire, grudge racing, small tire, radials. Just bring something out and enter it. And, I mean, it's just fun all around for everybody.
There are a couple of people that are here today that weren't here yesterday who are local, you know, bracket racers for your Summit Series, right? In totally, you know, innocuous street cars, right? And they're out here and they're going to go rounds, or they're going to give it their best shot, and you could race anything. Every year we always have somebody in a rental car or something. I am sure that'll show up tomorrow. But it's cool to see, and like you said, Gage, you can run anything out here. From mild to wild, there is a class that you can get into here at Streetcar Super Nationals, and really the fun starts from the moment you get here, because when you show up on Tuesday night or Wednesday, if you're going to do testing, you know, you have Mel and Sally who are doing all the parking. This place is very personal from that standpoint. They are going to take you to your pit spot. They're going to help you get lined up and ready to rock. If you have a big group of people with multiple trucks and trailers, you can tell everybody that information when you sign up for the event, and Heather will make notes so that you can pit together and create your own compounds. I mean, there's like mini Canada out there right now.
Oh, yeah.
It's like maple trees and moose and all kinds of things. It's
I
weird.
think I'm seeing the maple trees grow above the grandstands here, because it is like just getting grand packed. And that's another thing. The Canadian racers that made it down from across the border,
Dude.
we thank you entirely.
Oh, yeah. They had to go, I mean, there was snow, there was all kinds of
There's
stuff.
all sorts of big powdery white substance all over the place over there. And I mean, it is just cold.
It is. But it is so cool to see everybody out here. My only disappointment this year, I wish that more of Team Mexico was here. We always love the fact that we have such a great group from south of the border and such a great group from north of the border, and hopefully that happens a little bit more as well next year. But man, we went from 497 to like 514 on the entries. And it's just amazing to see these filled up staging lanes right now. So thank you. As we have a transfer over to our radial prep lanes, as we're going to go to SMC Race Cars Pro 275. We're going to follow that up with Frank Yee Racing Solutions Limited Small Tire. But right now, Pro 275. In the left lane, Ada Henderson in the 67 Camaro, Warren Groh. Warren and the family put this car together this year and have done amazing things with it. Warren sent me a text message earlier and said, dude, thank you so much for all the nice things. He said, We have run a personal best almost every time down the racetrack with this combo over the last several weeks of testing, and it's just continued here. And he could not be more tickled pink to put together a car of that level, and it is really fun to see his lovely wife backing him up, his dad standing back there, guiding him into the tire tracks. His dad is that big, tall behemoth with his arm in the air, and just great guys. Awesome to have them here. And Humberto Nunez out of Hayward, up in NorCal, where I was born, out here in that Ford Lightning. That is no slouch either, Gage.
Dude, I love the Ford Lightning. That is the biggest variety that we have as well here. In every category, we have somebody that always picks like the wacky, crazy combos. How about Humberto Nunez? The 04 Ford Lightning with the small block Ford and the twin turbos in it. Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's a cool deal. We have a lot of trucks here this weekend. I love seeing that. Everything from Drigger's awesome 46 Dodge, up to Lightnings and square bodies and everything in between. It's pretty cool. Of course, tons of S10s. You're always going to see those, but here we are getting ready to run Pro 275 no time, and the Lightning is in. Well, whoa, man, that Lightning just about got into the wall as it wiggled and moved over, but Warren Grow right down Broadway, straight as a string, that car hauling the mail.
I'm going to tell you what, Humberto, that Lightning struck the tires really hard at the hit. I mean, that thing just took a hard right as soon as he let go of the trans brake button, and I mean, kudos for him for saving that thing, because that thing looked like it was just pointing straight towards the wall.
Yeah, and I'm hearing on the starting line that there's some water down on the start, so it sounds like he must have been leaking something. Maybe it lifted a head gasket or something like that, or intercooler leaking. I'm not sure. But they're going to get that cleaned up real quick, and we'll be ready to rock and roll. But, man, what quick hands, dude. Keeping that thing off the wall, that's great. We're glad to see it. Remember, safety first, folks. That's what we care about. Just a reminder, folks, check your hoses, your fittings, the lids on intercoolers, etc., because it sounds like that must be what happened out here is an intercooler lid or something. I don't know what the combo is in that thing to know whether he's on methanol or if it is intercooled, but it's all right. We're getting told it is water, so we're going to mop it quick, run the drag over it. We'll clean it up and be ready to rock and roll here in just a moment. Dude, I was getting all excited up here right now. Jason Sample out of Conroe, Texas, has not made a pass so far. I think they just got here last night or this morning, and that's the Sketchies Mustang. That thing is awesome. This car has been going together for several years. We have a friend in common, our late friend Mitch Henderson, just a spectacular human being. Anybody that knew Mitch knows it. Sketchies, Mitch and I all, have drag racing in our blood, but the reality is just a bunch of mini truckers and custom truckers that, have built so many cool things, and the Sketchies guys have built insanely cool retro and modern mini truck and full-size truck projects, a bunch of other cool stuff, including this car. And if you have not gotten a chance to go look at it in person, this thing is rad. It is super cool to see Jason Sample here out of Conroe, Texas. And, of course, Ron Link and that beautiful Sacramento-based 64 Nova also coming up in the right lane. I'm hearing that it may not be water. It may, in fact, be fuel, methanol that poured out of this thing. So, again, we're going to be back racing here in just a moment, folks. Just hang tight. This will not take long. All right. Jason Sample in the Sketchy Speed Shop. '91 Mustang. You need to go look at this thing. The flames on this thing are gorgeous. Going up against Ron Link in Sacramento. Again, this is a no-time category. We won't see any numbers. I believe, I could be lying, but I believe it's it has to be. It's an all-run class. So Sample, ready to rock and roll. They're both in. Leaving the starting line. Sample going right down Broadway, but Link driving around him down there. That Texas team will get some good data and be good to go. Put some more tune-up in it. Love it. Love, love, love it. Yeah, if you Lamar Swindle Jr. over there out of Baytown. That's the first time that truck has not made it down the racetrack, I believe. And it has been hauling the mail. So I have a feeling, Gage, that they threw it all at it, trying to really, really see what they could do. And then Harry and Ian out of Chatsworth in the Camaro went down. But, man, that S10 has been A to B every run. Not that time.
Yeah. Actually, as the intern, I've been undercover doing like some secret like investigation work.
Yeah, I know.
You never know when I'm around. Well, I actually found out Lamar, they normally run a smaller blower in that S10, but when they came up here, because it's higher elevation, they've been running a bigger blower in that, and I'm actually surprised that's the first time that's actually missing it on the setup. So whatever they found with that bigger blower, they might be happy with that when they go back home to a sea-level racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because Baytown is sea level.
Yeah.
I mean, it is.
Yeah. Sea level.
Yeah, Baytown is where, Houston Raceway Park, Royal Purple Raceway, whatever you want to call it, was located. And literally there were areas surrounding the racetrack with standing water on them because it is right on the Gulf.
Bring up our next two. Rylan Holder over there on the left-hand side, out of Bakersfield. 2015 Camaro. Craig Sparks over on the right-hand side, out of Galt, with his 69 model first-gen Camaro. So we got first versus sixth-gen. How many of those in the chat bleachers are for the first-gen? I mean, come on. Absolute muscle car classic. Strike of the tires for Brylan Holder at about 100 feet out. Craig Sparks is having trouble getting that car to cooperate coming off the line. Oh! Pedaled the car, had a little puff out of it, and then made a little sachet towards the center line. And we're going to go check that out there, because that was a little bit interesting there for Craig Sparks. He's been having trouble getting that car to get up on the chip at the starting line, make a hauling move off the starting line, then gingerly just rolls it out to about the 60-foot mark and then starts getting into the throttle. Did a pedal, and it started puffing out of the left-hand side of the car and made a move towards the center line and brought it back over before he hit any of the orange cones. So we're going to go out and take a look. The word on the top end of the racetrack is that Sparks is dry. So we're just going to make sure everything's okay on the racing surface before we send our next two down. So it looks like word from the top is that we are clean and dry. So that means we'll send the next pair of race cars down the racetrack over there on lanes 3 and 4, also known as the radio racetrack. Mike Keenan, over here on the left-hand side out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, taking on the bad fast Bodie. All the way in out of the light over on the right-hand side. The Pro Charger versus Twin Turbo matchup. How about Vinyl Top versus Vinyl Top? Yeah, I'm digging that. Without showing this, I'm a shorts weather kind of guy like Chad himself. So I'd rock with the top down, honestly. Vinyl tops are always the way to go. Give you that extra cool factor. So the Nova over on the left-hand side, out of Albuquerque. It's been making solid runs all day. I'm going to say Bodie has probably been one of the faster cars that we've seen out of this category. I mean, Bodie has laid down run after run after run, and that thing's going A to B faster than many people can say Albuquerque. I mean, it is just absolutely bad fast for the team out of NorCal. Mike Keenan, let's see if he actually tunes it up a little bit more, seeing how the thing has been going A to B every run. Probably can find a little bit more. And we'll see if the track can hold it. Again, this is just another time run for these racers. Tomorrow will be round number 1. Knowing Bodie, there probably is a grudge on this race. So we'll see if Mike Keenan can get it turned up, or is Bodie going to pass the eye test again for probably another really, really fast run over there on the right-hand side of the racetrack. In set, ready to go. Bodie is out and gone. Again, Bodie is not fooling around here at Streetcar Super Nationals. I mean, there's no times on the board. I get no information at all. That thing just completely passes my eye test for Probably fastest car in Pro 275 no time. I mean, that thing is just hiking the back end up and just planting the thing down and going. It is just absolutely amazing what that car is doing right now. I'll bring up Brian Greenberg and Alexandra Esperanza as our next two. Greenberg, 68 Mustang over there on the left-hand side out of Valencia, California. Alexander Esperanza out of Van Nuys, California. Running the four-door Chevy SS. The unconventional body style. But hey, I'm that kind that likes the weird and quirky. Like at one time, like I said, my favorite car was a Gremlin. Yeah, I was that kind of kid. So I'm digging the Chevy SS out of Esperanza. Both are making clean runs themselves. So let's see. Spool the turbos. And set, ready. Good and good. Greenberg makes a little wheels up, and the SS makes a move towards the center line. Both back out of it. Solid runs to about 100 feet for both riders. Greenberg had the wheels start going up and up and up and decided to cut it loose. Esperanza had the thing start moving over towards the center line, got out of the throttle. And officially, Greenberg got there first. Now we'll bring out Jose Morales and Kevin Foy. Kevin Foy in the 67 Pontiac Firebird. Over there on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Now Manitoba, Canada. Going to be running alongside Jose Morales out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. 2012 Mustang. From what I'm seeing right now, it looks like Kurt Johnson and Team TVC has absolutely got this track on kill right now. I mean, everybody looks like they're, when they get that thing hooked up, it's going to go. Wheels up for Kirk Foy. How about Jose Morales makes a good, solid run down the racetrack? I mean, again, give a round of applause to Team TVC when you get a chance. So it looks like Kevin Foy is pulling over just past the finish line. He's going to check to see if everything is A-okay with that Firebird after slamming back to earth. Because, like, again, Kurt Johnson's got this thing tighter and tight and tight. I've had, like, multiple sources say, like, this is, like, the best radio racetrack that they have seen in a long, long time out here at the Strip at Las Vegas. So everybody in the chat bleachers, when you get a chance, please say thank you to Team TVC, Total Venue Concepts, for getting two separate racetracks prepped and ready to go for all these categories out here this weekend at Streetcar Super Nationals. So we're going to give Kevin Foy a little bit of help off the racetrack before we send Frankie down the racetrack.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. West Coast Bikes, I need you to 1 and 2. West Coast Bikes, I need you to 1 and 2, please. West Coast Bikes, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. West Coast Bikes, come on down 1 and 2, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that looks like the piston gods out there. It's all right. Don't worry. Breathe. Okay, maybe not pistons. I'm hearing it is Eau de ATF. That's like Chanel number 5, except redder. So give us a few minutes, folks, and we'll give you a heads up on what the ETA is going to be. Thank you so much for being here. We love you.
Hey, attention to the pits. While it is quiet, just want to give a heads up. If you own a white Nissan Altima that is behind the timing tower, I believe if like you try and go start that thing later on tonight, you might just get a little tick because I think you left your headlights on. Again, if you have a Nissan Altima that is parked behind the timing tower, you might want to go check on it and make sure that the headlights are turned off. Definitely don't want to get that uh-oh feeling when you turn the key and it's not turning. So if you have a white Nissan Altima behind the timing tower, please come by and check and make sure that the headlights are off, please. All right, everybody. We still got a little bit more track prep, but while it is quiet, we have a racer in need. So attention in the pits to racers. We have a racer in need. Kevin Van Noy is in need of an LS head gasket. If anybody on property has an LS 1, 2, or 9 set of LS head gaskets, Kinetic, standard GM, something. If anybody on property has an LS head gasket for Kevin Van Noy, please go over to the Arizona pit area or come up to the tower and see me. I'll give you his information. Again, we got a racer in need of an LS head gasket, preferably an LS9 head gasket, but a 1 or 2 will work in a pinch. Again, racer in need of a LS head gasket. If anybody on property has a spare LS head gasket, please go see Kevin Van Noy in the Arizona pits, or come up to the tower and I will give you that information for you to get in contact with him. Again, racer in need of an LS head gasket, please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting close. We are getting close. Not close enough to tell you to get in the cars yet, but close. I think we're probably somewhere in the 20-minute range. So if you guys please be patient, we really appreciate it. Obviously, nobody wanted this, but it is what it is. I will once again encourage you to check every fitting and hose, everything else on your car, because now is the time to do that. Make sure that your intercooler lids are tight, fuel lines are tight, etc. We're going to do some more dragging and spraying, and the cleanup is done. So now we're just working on the prep side of things. So I'll give you another update here in the next 10 minutes. If you have had anything shipped to the racetrack, which there are a bunch of you that have had stuff shipped to the racetrack, go see Heather and the girls over at the Streetcar Super Nationals merchant trailer, or merchandise trailer. They have whatever has been delivered in the container, and they can unlock it and get you your stuff. So again, if you have any deliveries that have been made to the racetrack, go see Heather and the girls over at the Streetcar Super Nationals merchandise trailer, and they will get you guys in touch with your packages. Ladies and gentlemen, also we have a racer in need. Big Worm is still looking for a set of small block Chevy cylinder heads, 23 degrees. If anybody's got one or a pair of 23 degree small block Chevrolet cylinder heads, if you can hit up Big Worm Anthony Smith, he's over there in his normal corner spot. If you go backwards out the back of the staging lanes and head to the corner, Big Worm's pit is right over there. Again, looking for a set of 23 degree small block Chevrolet cylinder heads. If you've got something, they're looking. Also, Worm found a transmission, and it's going in the car now. So hoping to be able to make some hits in that thing. We'll see. All right, folks. It's that time. We are spraying. So we only have a few minutes before we are going to give the fire 'em up. So you guys, if you are not still suited up, which I assume you are because it's cold, make sure you're standing there next to your cars, getting ready to go. I will give you a 5-minute warning here in a minute, but that's only going to be 3 or 4 minutes from now, if that. So everybody get ready to rock and roll. If you guys are under the arch or right around the corner, I would say now's the time to get in the cars. Start getting yourselves in there and belted in. You don't need to be tight and ready, but be ready to get tight and ready. We appreciate your patience. We appreciate your patience. Want to thank the TVC crew going out there and cleaning up what we're estimating to be 12 quarts of ATF. And I know you know that when you drop one drop of ATF, that thing spreads out about 5 feet. So imagine 12 quarts. It's like an acre worth of ATF. So we appreciate it. But again, you guys, if you're under the arch or around the back of the tower, you should probably be getting in your cars. Not a rush, but get there. So we're throwing some more spray on this thing, and when it's dry and ready, we're going to tell you to fire them up, and we're going to start sending cars down the racetrack. All right, attention in the pits. Open comp 4. You guys are on standby. Open comp 5, you're on standby. Also, attention in the pits. Robert Grice is photographer extraordinaire, is in the RV right now. So if you want to go over there and choose a photo, he's doing race specials on 8x10s or 8x18s. And he is doing those framed and all that. So you guys can head on over and see Robert. He'll get you all squared away. He is our official event photographer. Also, the girls are running around on the golf cart selling photos as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're firing them up. All right, so we're getting ready to run Outlaw small tire. No, sorry, lied. Limited small tire. We're getting ready to run limited small tire. So that means after limited small tire, we're running Calvert Racing no box, then West Coast bikes. Open comp 410s. You guys are on standby. We're going to be calling you here shortly. But again, we're doing a limited small tire right now, then no box, and then West Coast bikes. So if you are in those classes and you're not in the lanes, you are going to miss out. Okay. Coming up next, in the right lane, in the 64 Nova, Lance Moore. In the left lane, out of Baytown, Texas, Madison Swindle. And that's 72 Camaro. Want to thank our bangshift.com live stream viewers for being patient as we did that cleanup. We're back to racing action. Taillights, taillights, taillights. You must have taillights. Turn them on. I am tired of harping on you about it. If the racetrack lights are on, so should yours. I don't care if you have headlights. Doesn't concern me whether you can see. All I care is whether we can see you. So I need taillights. Taillights on. The rest of it's up to you. If you're going to be dumb, you better be tough. That's how I say it. So taillights, 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 ladies and gentlemen. Let's roll. Streetcar Super Nationals 20. Limited small tire. Frank Yee Racing Solutions Limited small tire. Want to thank Frank and the entire crew. Leanne's been out here running that cool little Mustang of hers as well. We are ready to rock and roll. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Both of them are in. Tree comes down. Swindle leaves well. Right down Broadway. Moore having a little bit of trouble out there. Pedaled it in the middle. Gonna get some data though. Taillights, taillights, taillights. I'm gonna wear you out. Big wheel stand for the Nova. The good news is, since he doesn't have a tail light on, we won't have to worry about it because he's going slow down there. Karma. Karma right there.
It's just a little impossible to see.
right, Dennis Drummond going right down. Robert Demon having issues. John Jacobs out of Meade, Colorado in the right lane smoking the hides. Brad Thomas out of Squamish, British Columbia, Canada. And the 91 LX Mustang. Coyote powered. Oh, the Coyote getting the wheels up, pulling it back there straight. Pretty nice run for the two of them. Again, wheels up launch. The S10 looking good, moving way over near the center line. But Vince Murphy out of Casper, pulling it off. Kelly Henry out of Lancaster, running down the racetrack. Now it's Todd Brenton in the left, Jimmy Goebel in the right. Goebel out of Hanford, up there in the Central Valley in the 64 Malibu. And now Todd Brenton in another 64 Malibu over here in the left lane. Brenton in that beautiful blue machine out of Prineville, Oregon. Maybe it's Pineville. I don't know. But, beautiful car. Was looking at that thing in the staging lanes. Paint on that thing is nice. I like orange a lot as well. So, it's kind of hard for me. Flipping a coin, blue or orange, my number one and number two colors. They're both in. They leave together. They leave totally different as the orange car picking up the front wheels and rocking on down the racetrack. But Todd Brenton, A to B. That thing hardly moving as far as any weight transfer, but definitely putting the power to the ground. Jeff Godwin out of Littleton, Colorado in the left lane. MacGyver Roth up here going, hey, I've been to Jeff's house. I've been to his trailer. I've been to his shop. He's the dude to watch. Brian Van Tool out of Ramona. The 66 Chevelle over there in the right lane. I love a 66 Chevelle. So Mac and I are putting on a little wager. We got a quarter on this one. 25 cents. Oh, nice lead for both cars. But Godwin rockets down the racetrack. Oh, a little smoke down there at the top end. Maybe tire. Maybe a little tire smoke. All right, Todd Porter out of Rigby, Idaho, and Johnny Mendoza out of LA in the 93 Fox body. That 89 S10 though over there in the right lane, I dig it. I'm a square body S10 man. I think they are cool, and I'm right. Porter and Mendoza, both of them light the pre-stage bulbs. Porter's in all the way. So's Mendoza. Porter leaving with the wheels up in the air like a boss. And that little S10 leads it from start to finish. They're going to be happy about that run, I guarantee it. Kelly Henry. Kelly out of Lancaster in the 90 Mustang Fox body over here in the left lane. 363 cubic inches. Kelly Henry left the starting line. That thing started climbing the ring gear, the front end in the air, but just a little, and then all of a sudden as the power came in, the timing starts coming back into that thing starts standing up, pedaled it, a little bit of sparks when it hit the ground, and coasting up the hill now. Rock and roll with Calvert Racing No Box. Calvert Racing No Box. Getting ready to rock and roll. Colton goes 008 red. Darren Taylor 001 green over there in the left lane, and that 69 Firebird 598 cubic inches under the hood, 860 with a 9 at 156. That's awesome. Our next pair, Whiskey Saldana, over there in the right lane, winning the name contest of the day. Whiskey Saldana, over there in the right lane, Dwayne Kerr in the left lane. 2018 Hellcat, 68 Camaro. What a combo. Camaro getting real close to the center line down there. 984, 135. The Hellcat having issues going slow up the hill. Rob Strong out of Hemet in the 68 Firebird in the right lane. And Daniel Dolafan out of Las Vegas in the 2021 Superstock Dodge. Wonder if that thing's wobble cram to induction. It might, but I hope he understands there's a 427 under the hood of the Camaro. Sorry, Firebird. 936, 146 for Dolafan. Goes 329 on the tree, dead late. Rob Strong, 32 on the tree. Mark Eller out of Maricopa, Arizona, in the 2015 CTSV, and V. Dolafan in the 21 Audi RS5. Got a guy that runs drag and drive events with us with an Audi, and I believe it's a RS3 actually, and that thing runs like low 10s or something stupid. And it's got like a tune-up in it. It's crazy. Dolafan goes, I mean, way red. Eller goes 078 green.
That's a good sound.
I did no such thing. All right, attention in the pits. I've got a black Silverado, Arizona plate, PVA8CA. Again, Paul, Victor, Apple, 8, Charlie, Apple. Parked in the fire lane. We need it moved now or it's going on a rollback. Black Silverado, you're parked in the fire lane next to the staging lanes. Clearly not a parking spot. Thank you so much. Already moving it. Brenda Biscay out of Rochester, Washington goes 29 on the tree. Jay Anderson, 111. Jeff Taylor in the 99 Dakota out of Oregon, 540 for power. Mopar powered. Goes 85 on the tree to a 299. 903 with an 8 at 149. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Open comp 4/10, open comp 4/10 to lanes 1 and 2. Open comp 4/10 to lanes 1 and 2, please. Open comp 4/10 to lanes 1 and 2. Open comp 5/10, you're on standby. We're going to call you here in just a moment. Open comp 4/10 to 1 and 2, please. All right, Rocky Nelson out of Nampa, Idaho, in the square body Chevy pickup, and Ryan Edwards out of Chandler in the Nova. The Nova stands it up, goes 005 red as it pulls the front end out of the beams. 20 light for Nelson. Fig speed open comp 4/10 to 1 and 2. Fig speed open comp 4/10 to 1 and 4/10 to 1 and 2, please. Fig speed open comp 4/10 to 1 and 2, please. Josh Edwards out of Chandler, the 63 Nova wagon. Small block Chevrolet for power. John Cavallo out of Modesto in the 67 Camaro. .004 red in the right lane. 022 red in the left lane. So they're just trying to knock the tree down. Darren Taylor, currently your number 1 qualifier with a 001. Number 2 is a 002. Number 3 and 4, 003. Number 5 and 6, 004. Number 7, 005. Number 8, 006. Number 9, 008. And number 10, 010. Bryce Seabolt out of West Haven. And David Trammell out of Casa Grande. 21 Challenger, 63 Nova. Open comp 4/10. I need you to 1 and 2, please. Open comp 4/10 to 1 and 2. Open comp 5/10. You're on standby. We'll be calling you momentarily. Hughes Performance Big Tire. You're on standby. Mickey Thompson Tires X275. You're on standby as well. We need to keep this bad boy moving. There's a couple more red lights. Jimmy Olson out of Washington, Utah. Luis Ortiz out of Tucson goes 018 on the tree. Lonnie Bartley out of Murrieta, 250 on the tree. Open comp 4/10 to 1 and 2. Open comp 4/10 to 1 and 2. Open comp 5/10. You're on standby. We're going to call you here in just a moment. Caroline Germain out of Henderson goes 062. Ian McKenzie out of Las Vegas goes dead red 199. Luther Waters out of Pasadena in that beautiful 68 Camaro. Tim Mellick, the 2019 Challenger over there in the left lane out of Elmo, Utah. .040 and .042 respectively. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Open comp 5/10 to 3 and 4. Open comp 5/10 to 3 and 4. Open comp 5/10 to 3 and 4, please. Hughes Performance Big Tire and Mickey Thompson Tires X275, you're on standby. Wow. Open comp 4/10 tree, we need you to 1 and 2. Open comp 5/10 tree, we need you to 3 and 4, please. All right. Jerry Cooksey and Tana Taylor. Taylor out of Rigby, Idaho. Beaver Creek, Oregon is home for Cooksey. Cooksey in the 67 Nova. Taylor in the 70 Mustang. LS powered. Ha ha. Stuff. She goes 33 red, Cooksey 42 green. Open comp 4/10 to 1 and 2. Open comp 5/10 to 3 and 4. Open comp 4/10 to 1 and 2. Open comp 5/10 to 3 and 4.
Oh, I know. I know. I saw that he was up on the thing. Well, and
All right, Jeremy Plyler and Dave McGeady out of Lake Arrowhead, California in his 71 Camaro. Goes 008 red. Plyler out of Douglas in that 72 Nova goes 52 green. McGeady, that's the Rim High School student class built project. It's a cool deal out of Lake Arrowhead, California. They've been doing that program a long time. It's awesome. Final call, open comp, 4/10 to 1 and 2. Final call, fig speed, open comp, 5/10 to 3 and 4. This is your final call, open comp. All of you to the lanes, please. John Gelderda out of Wildemar. Nope. In the 15 drag pack, and Weston in the dragster. Attention in the pits, I have a racer in need. Cameron Hollis is looking for a triple disc monster clutch for an LS. Cameron Hollis is looking for a triple disc clutch. The one that's coming out of the car is a triple disc monster, again for an LS. If you've got one, I've got Cameron Hollis's number up here. I know it's a long shot. He said, hey, it's worth asking though. So let's find out. If you've got a triple disc clutch for an LS, especially if it's a monster clutch, Cameron Hollis would really love to have one. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hughes Performance Big Tire. We're going to call you here momentarily. Mickey Thompson Tires X275. We're going to be calling you here in just a minute as well, so get those things off the jacks. Fueled up and ready to rock and roll. We're going to call you here in a moment. Goes 111. James Amarias goes 078. We are rolling through Calvert Racing, no box. West Coast Bikes, you guys better be ready, because we're rolling you to the starting line here in just one moment. West Coast Bikes, pay attention. We're about to roll you up. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Hughes Performance, big tire to 7 and 8. Big tire, I need you to come down to 7 and 8. X275, you're on standby. Hughes Performance, big tire, I need you to 7 and 8, please.
Who's that fucking guy?
Weirdo. Weirdo. Having too much fun up here in the tower, ladies and gentlemen. The twins always giving me a hard time, and I appreciate it. All right, so we're going to check out that left lane real quick. I think give it a drag. I think there's some water. We'll be good here in just a minute. Whoa, big wheel stand moves way over by the wall. Okay, if you are with Keith Reisner in that 70 Mustang, something is broken on that car. You need to get that car up in the air. There is something broken in the suspension of that car. That thing was wobbling all over the place as he tried to slow it down, and it's the second time that it went at the center line. Seriously, we don't want you guys hurt. You need to get that car up in the air and look. Something is broken under that car. Attention in the pits. Mickey Thompson Tires X275 to 5 and 6, please. Mickey Thompson Tires X275 to 5 and 6. Air Race Company Real Steel. This is your heads up. You are on standby. Red Tide Outlaw Small Tire. You are also on standby. getting ready to move into the bike category. So our West Coast bikes, it's a no time category. Then we're going to go into open comp 4/10 and open comp 5/10. Open comp 4/10 is under the arch. Hughes Performance Big Tire, you should be in 7 and 8. Mickey Thompson Tires X275, you should be in 5 and 6. Big Tire 7 and 8, X275 5 and 6. Arizona Real Steel, you're on standby. Outlaw Small Tire, you're on standby.
What's going? Good. How are you?
Pretty good. I got a question for you.
I have an answer.
Do you know of a suspension guy here that would just be willing to take a look at a car?
I don't know. Let me think on that. What is it?
It's a 73 Duster.
Okay.
And it basically
Leaf springs still and all that?
and cow
Okay.
tracks.
Yeah,
But
okay.
the front suspension, when I got to the finish line, let off the gas, it was rolling. Right front tire. One goes like this.
Something's loose somewhere. Yeah.
And we just cannot find it.
Have you, I was gonna say talk to John Calvert actually, but I know he's deals with the rear end more than the front end, but, let me think on that. Give me your name and number, okay? Let me ask around a little bit and see what I can come up with, and then we'll have somebody call you, okay? Absolutely. I do. Yep. Where?
I'm out of here, but the phone number's in the text.
Okay, I thought. I was gonna say in that Houston area?
Austin.
Austin, that's right. Okay, I live in Dallas Fort Worth, so okay. All right, let me ask a couple of the guys that are here local. Let me see what we can do. Oh, that big rig. All right, no problem, dude. Try and see if we can get you some help. Appreciate it, hey.
Yeah, as soon as I got to the staging lands, it fell off driving.
Right.
So I got out and I looked at the tires and I was like, yeah, it's not worth it.
Right, I
Not
agree.
worth it.
I agree.
So,
Thanks for being smart about it. We want you to have fun.
yeah.
We want you to go fast, but fun is more important than,
Yes.
anything else.
Fun is way more important. Wrecking is no fun.
No, agreed. Thanks, brother.
Thank you.
Hey, I've got a racer in need, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I'm going to make an announcement real quick. We're going to ask around some folks up here in the tower as well. But if anybody out here that is here at the racetrack knows Mopar front suspension, like early model stuff, not late model car stuff, but Plymouth Dusters. If anybody knows anything about Mopar front suspension and might be able to help out a fellow racer who's having some trouble, Jacob Evans could use some help, and I've got his phone number up here in the tower. If anybody might be willing to lend a hand to take a look at this thing, him and his crew are scratching their heads on why it's doing something, and they just can't find what's going wrong. So if somebody could help out by putting another set of eyes on it, man, we would really appreciate it. And I appreciate Jacob being smart about not trying to keep going down the racetrack with a car that's having issues. So if anybody can help Jacob out, please come see me in the tower. I'll give you his phone number. He'd really appreciate it, and so would we. Thank you. awesome Dale Jansen going down the racetrack. Cold Owl. If you're on property, your name has been suggested as a possible help for Jacob Evans. Cold Owl, if you could come to the tower and get a number for me, if you have some time to help out a fellow racer, we'd appreciate it. Jacob Evans, look for a phone call. We got help coming your way, baby.
Greg Bellavender out of Phoenix in the 18 Demon goes 358 on the tree. Not going to be happy about that, but Michael Porter goes 024.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel to 3 and 4, please. Real Steel, come on down to 3 and 4. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel to lanes 3 and 4, please. Real Steel to lanes 3 and 4, please. Real Steel, we are moving you to lanes 3 and 4. Real Steel, come on down to 3 and 4. Arizona Race Company, Real Steel to 3 and 4. Once again, Arizona Race Company, Real Steel, I need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Real Steel, this is your final call. Come down to 3 and 4. Outlaw Small Tire, you guys are on standby. Real Steel, you guys cannot have golf carts in lane 2. Your golf cart must stay in front of or behind your race car. No golf carts in the other staging lanes. I'm going to put cars there in a minute, and then you're going to be a pain. No golf carts outside of the lanes you have been called to. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need red tide, outlaw, small tire to lanes 1 and 2, please. Outlaw, small tire to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, small tire, I need you to 1 and 2. RacingJunk.com, box, you guys are on standby. Box, you guys are on standby. Outlaw, small tire, come on down to 1 and 2. What are you doing? What'd you say? Oh yeah, what is it? Huh? Have
going. That's a good point. Oh, yeah? Okay. Oh, Jesus.
And we're in big tire. This is Hughes Performance big tire. Was not pretty. One of our other no-time categories. There's so many no-time categories here at Streetcar Super Nationals. Red Tide Outlaw Small Tire, you should be in 1 and 2. Red Tide Outlaw Small Tire, you should be in 1 and 2. I don't have any of you there. Maybe one of you. Red Tide Outlaw Small Tire to lanes 1 and 2, please. Arizona Race Company Real Steel, you should be in 3 and 4. X275, 5 and 6. Because we are rolling you right now. Hughes Performance big tire. Out here on the racetrack.
What do you mean?
What's going on?
Things are starting up.
Oh, really?
What do you got? So Gage and I are up here in the tower, killing little colored teddy bears. Yes, you can. Steve Nichols said the 63 Stingray going down the racetrack. And Vic Brum in the 91 Camaro. Brum. The little smoky smoke. I'm going to kill some more teddy bears, and we'll get back to you in a minute. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I need Outlaw Small Tire to 1 and 2. Seriously, you guys are slow today. I need Outlaw Small Tire. Come on down to 1 and 2, please. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. I need racingjunk.com box to 5 and 6. Box, I need you guys to 5 and 6. Racingjunk.com box, I need you to 5 and 6. I've got $100 that says that every box competitor is in the lanes before all the small tire guys are in the lanes. And they're like 86,500 of the box guys. Remember, folks, you need to have a wristband, the right wristband, to come down onto the starting line. All right, here we go. Rod LeClaire and Harry and Ian. And Ian in the white Camaro, that thing goes up in the air and swiggles around, but nothing like Rod LeClaire. Hey, Rod is proof that you can't trust a man when he tells you any distance of measure, because he just drove like 1,200 feet, but he took like 1,500 to get there, and the racetrack's only 660 feet long. Just saying. Like, you don't need to drive it to 1,000. Really. Especially when you're trying to run over the center line.
I know they do.
Zapatillo. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. The wall between the staging lanes and the return road is not a parking area, that's a fire lane. It gets chilly and you guys start bringing tow rigs up here. I need all those vehicles parked along the side of the return road up against the wall that separates the return road from the staging lanes. I need those cars moved, please. Pete Harder in the right lane. Chad Grimm in the left. Grimm going sideways. But Pete Harder, man, that thing went straight. Pretty nice run out of that car. Got to have those cars moved that are over there on the concrete wall. The tow truck is moving. Got to have cars that are parked against the wall and the staging lanes moved or they will be towed. Look at that. John Kay out of Selkirk, Manitoba. That 77 Dodge is a beast. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need a drive shaft for a Challenger Red Eye Hellcat. Well, it doesn't matter that it's a Red Eye. I need a Challenger drive shaft. That's what I need. I mean, they just keep getting worse. You guys keep coming. I mean, at some point, one of you Mustang guys is going to be like, I need a drive shaft that's green with a pink stripe for a 1997 SN95, like, dude, seriously. But I need one, so if anybody's got a line on a drive shaft, come on up and see me. I got a phone number for you. So if anybody's got one or a line on one, please come up to the tower and let me know. Man, we find this one. I'm a bad man. I'm going to need to buy lottery tickets, and so are you. All right, we'll work on it. Thanks, brother. All right. RacingJunk.com box, you should be in 5 and 6. Outlaw Small Tire, you should be in 1 and 2. We've got Mickey Thompson Tires X275 on the racetrack right now.
I don't know why she hasn't just sent it to you. Just, yeah. Getting it peeled.
All right. Silver Dodge Ram, California plate 07529X3. Gotta have it moved now, please. Joey Hovey, the number 4 spot, 440 with a 7, 156 miles an hour. Justin Gallant, number 1, 425 with a 4 at 170. We've also got a red Polaris Razor over there parked against the wall. If you own a silver Dodge Ram or a red Razor, Polaris Razor, let's just assume your junk is parked in the wrong place.
It's gonna be parked in the dirt track.
It'll be parked on the marquee sign out of the freeway.
All you're doing is you're pumping service.
Just so you guys know, my uncle owned a towing company for a long time, and there is not one thing on the planet that tow truck drivers like better than legally stealing your car. And by legally, I mean when they get told they get to tow somebody's junk from somewhere it's not supposed to be. And they're also sick individuals, so they like parking them in weird places you can't get them out of. Oh! Chico Coleman out of Ontario. Pro tip, when it drops that many holes, it's not good. When the fire comes out of both ends, that's muy malo.
I'm taking notes.
Please do.
I'm taking my tuner's notes right now, Chad.
Yes, there you go. That was no bueno. When the fire shoots out of the cowl hood,
Fire's supposed to shoot out vertically out, or not vertically out of the motor. It's supposed to shoot horizontally out of the motor.
yes, very good point. Sorry, we're not making fun. That was just not good.
Somebody said at the national.
All right, Mark Murring out of Albuquerque, New Mexico in the 07 Shelby is currently your number 2 qualifier with a 425.6 behind Gallant's 425.4. Wheels up, gets over by the center line. Not gonna improve. Runs 450 at 129. Is that the last? Okay. All right, now we're going into Arizona Race Company Real Steel. Red Tide Outlaw Small Tire, you should be in 1 and 2. RacingJunk.com box, you should be in 5 and 6. Super Index, you're on deck. MagnaFuel XDR, you're on deck as well. I like this little S10. I like the little S10. That's Izzy out of Gardena over in the left lane, and Luigi Calantoni over in the right lane in that 600 cubic inch, well, 598, 77 Corvette that pulled the good wheel stand earlier.
Affectionately known as Louie.
Yeah, I love this thing. It is cool.
And just to add some party points, throw a little spray in it too.
Oh, yeah.
It'll start getting down real fun.
Oh, yeah. Wow. The Corvette keeping the nose down.